Hello everyone, and welcome to Ludo History. We are playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Again. Looks like we're having some lag issues. Hopefully these calm down a bit. I've moved around some of my internet setup, so hopefully it's more stable overall, but right now it is not cooperating. Anyway. So there's this fun update right here, with a giant bonfire, and saying, you know, it's getting close to the Christmas season, and so the Yule update just dropped. We're not going to do that today. Not even a little bit. Instead, we're going to be doing the Ledecestrescire arc, and we're going to be, let's see, where are we? Manual save 14. There we go. So, we're going to be doing this arc because we're actually not even able to access the Yule content yet. We're not far enough into the game to be able to do that. So, instead, we're going to be talking about Ivar the Boneless and the Ragnarssons. But first, we have a little bit of housekeeping to do. Thank you. I quite like my hat. Anyway, so, you might notice, the map is looking a little more filled out than it probably should be. I did some grinding off screen in order to get some more raw materials, because they're so hard to get. Well, that means I also leveled up once. So, heavy dual wield. We're in this. It's happening. We can now use two big weapons at the same time. Also, you'll notice that in the change my gear incentive, there's actually a change. You're not required to put in text, so tell me what slot it is. That just makes it more visible on my end to be able to do anything. So anyway, ooh, that's fancy. It does. I know exactly what it means. What are we doing, Leander? What horror are you inflicting on me today? Double greatswords. Do we have double greatswords? We do not currently have double greatswords. I am more than open for double greatsword time, but we do not actually have two greatswords to be double greatswording with. So what would you like instead of it? I can do a regular axe. I can do a couple of spears. I can do another dagger. I can do a shield. I can do a hammer. Or I can do a flail. I've got the flail, which is moderately oversized, but either that or we're looking at probably the pike. That's reasonably oversized, right? Anyway, we also got more raw materials, which means first things first, we should probably build the Hidden Ones Bureau, make Hytham happy. And that, I think, will get us the thing we need in order to, yeah, we hit the next colony improvement, which means we should be able to build the tattoo shop. There it is. Found it.
This will make a fine space for my work, Eivor. Thank you.
Well, if your work benefits us, I will see that you keep it for as long as you live among us.
I believe it will, for we have common cause against our enemy. They have
Something meta plot.
Deep into England. Eradicate them where they are strongest, and the alliances you seek will be far easier to come by. In London, they now operate without restraint. If you were to eradicate them, the city would be in your debt.
I will talk with Randvi about your idea. Get her thoughts.
Good. Yet, before you do, there is something else. a gift I wish to share.
A gift.
I cannot show you here. Will you walk with me?
I will.
Alright.
Lead on.
Alright, let's see what we're getting here. Walk a little bit faster, please, Hytham. We've got things to do. We've got people to talk about. That helmet is, in fact, two sizes too big.
Heaviness to your breathing, Hytham. Does your wound still trouble you?
It does, I'm afraid. There is a pain in my chest for which I have no remedy.
Rest easy then. So long as your mind stays sharp, you will recover.
Of course. Though I am reluctant to displease my mentor.
Don't worry about it.
You
He's a
risk
jerk
your health
anyway.
and your life to please Basim. That I do not understand.
I should not expect you do. When we first arrived, I noted a shadow of suspicion in your eyes. A doubt. A wariness.
Is that a question?
No. Only an observation.
Well, let's get on the boat.
Are
Yes,
you well
exactly.
enough to steer this boat?
I am. Have no worry. It is only prolonged stresses that exhaust me. My energy runs low rather quickly.
Okay, are you going to get in the boat though, or are you going to stand here? Okay. I wish to stand on the front of the boat. There we go. I am the
What is this
bowsprit.
gift you wish to give me?
Instead of
Would
dragon
not come
prows,
from me.
a Drakar instead of a dragon prow longship, we have an Eivor longship.
Riddles. What fun you are.
Let me say it another way. My gift is not for giving or taking. It is a way of living.
Still no clearer.
It is a thing better demonstrated than described.
Then I will wait.
Forgive my jest. This gift we call a leap of faith. It is one of our Brotherhood's most sacred rites. It is not a tool we use against our enemies, but an act we embrace to strengthen our resolve. Like your meditation, it centers our minds, steadies our hands, and purges fear from our hearts.
I like
And more
this
practically,
explanation.
It aids our movements, in flight or in stealth.
So,
Call it a
on a
leap.
historical
We're
side,
climbing a rather steep hill.
yes,
There it
we
is
are
again.
unfortunately doing
shadow of a
the
doubt.
Assassin's Creed metaplot
Nearly there.
for the moment.
Our destination is there.
I suspect you mean to throw me off this cliff. Is that it? Please tell me if I'm near the mark.
And spoil the surprise?
But
To perform the leap of faith, you must give yourself over to something greater.
I actually like this explanation for the leap of faith.
Embrace the hope that death will not come before you are prepared to meet it. Believe this, and you will fear nothing.
Because
Deaths are prefigured, weaved into the fabric of the world. To fear this would be a waste of worry and tears.
Good. Then your mind is already attuned to my lesson.
yeah, ritual acts in the Viking Age to do something similar are arguably attested. Specifically, Roderick Dale argues that this is kind of the Berserksgang, the act of going berserk. We'll talk about that more next week, but the whole shield biting, chanting, hyping yourself up, wolf howling thing, he argues is supposed to be a ritualized act to kind of bolster courage and testosterone production, to enhance abilities in battle. So, doing something extremely similar to the leap of faith as described there.
Yes.
I would sooner grow wings and fly away.
This is also not how terminal velocity works. You are correct.
And watch.
Hytham!
Whee!
Hytham! Pig-headed fool! Are you injured?
You see, my faith proves stronger.
Yeah, that's a long drop,
And that loam cushioned your fall.
and that's not a very deep pile of hail.
I've seen this side of you before. Do not feed your fear. Conquer it.
I've seen my death in a vision. It was not here. Not today.
Yeah, this is not how physics works, but let's go for it. And of course, because we're a Viking, instead of using a hawk or a sea eagle, it uses a raven, because that's like the only...
A perfect fall. And how did it feel?
You spoke true. It was madness and vigor and a perching of fear. A gift I give myself. I see that now. Thank you for showing me the way.
Of course. And thank you, Eivor, for hearing me out.
You called this leap of faith a sacred rite. All hidden ones practice this.
You can
same
confirm it
ritual.
actually works this way.
As far as I know,
Interesting.
It is a rite of initiation that dates back to just before the birth of the Christian Jesus.
Are you hoping to initiate me?
I might try if I believed you would join, but that is not my purpose in England. Basim and I are hunting larger prey.
The Order of Ancients.
Yes.
Yes.
Meta plot,
Remember
meta
the
plot,
medallion
meta
we
plot.
took from Kyoto's
Luckily, we've got
body?
a few weeks before we go hard in on the meta plot, and can actually enjoy the game before then.
From this world. Like us, they act in secret. But their aim is to rule the world, not free it from unnatural fetters.
The desire to rule is not unique to this order. Sigurd and I want the same. A land to call our own, and the honor that comes with it.
Sure.
Compare yourself to such people. The order
Hi
has
them.
no honor, no principle,
Hi them.
no humanity. Yet they
I
sit
mean,
on a
yes,
great
but
many
I feel like you
England's
didn't play
thrones.
AC1.
If you seek to pacify England for the safety of your clan,
Then it may be in my interest to give you aid.
Yes, it is lagging for everyone. We are losing about half our frames because my internet is not the
these
best in the
folks
world.
meet, our cause
So,
does too. You may think this land
It
ruled
will
by
lag on
harmless
and off.
jarls and
The more
bumbling
movement I do,
thieves.
the worse it is.
Yet look more closely, and you will find a deeper threat. The Order's invisible hand touches all. It shapes everything, instilling its poison into every level of society. From the lowliest fishmonger to the richest merchants, from wealthy thanes.
Oh, well, we cut off the end of the thing.
Basim has given me one task here.
Well, we,
Locate and eliminate the Order of Ancients in
unimportant.
England in
Basically,
whatever
this is just
dark
our introduction
corners
to the
they reside.
order mechanic.
If we work together towards this end, it will benefit us both. You will have greater influence over the kingdoms of England.
And you will have more medallions to count.
Exactly. You should begin in London. I have credible reports that the Order is working now to seize the
Okay.
city.
I will speak
Sure.
with Randy about this.
And while you are there, be on the lookout for our symbol. Centuries ago, the Hidden
Yep.
Ones had bureaus built around England. There were 6, I believe.
Yes,
If you
Matt.
can
This
find
is a
them, search
comical
them well
amount
for
of scrolls.
Documents bearing the same symbol. It will greatly aid my studies.
I will. Thank you, Hytham, for all of this.
Okay. Look at this. We've got our Order of the Ancients manual. So. Yep. They've got a whole bunch of things. Really, it's just a whole bunch of just stuff. So we've got a person there. And we got a person there. We got one in Leicester. One in Grantbridge. Or just outside of that Grantbridge that we can take out. And then we've got a couple of other random people here with all their fancy codenames. And then we'll take on higher level people. We take on all the higher level people. We find the totally not obvious guess as to who this guy is. Oh no, Leonard, why? Why would you do that to yourself? The meta plot here is not worth the effort. But, you know, if people donate, we get like, you know, 1,000 bits during this stream, then I will attempt to, having only played 1, 2, Black Flag, and this one, I will attempt to explain the entire AC meta lore. But yes, it is exactly who you would guess if you know nothing about this time period, who this guy is. Anyway, we've also gotten some other things. Mark of Death. Let's grab that, because that's better. We also have Dive of the Valkyries. It's pretty good. Sadly, 1,000 total over the course of the thing. I will not spoil it, but he is kind of the most important figure in 9th century English history. The single most important. Anyway, we've got a whole bunch of random crap here. Whole bunch of things. Hey, tungsten. Nickel, tungsten, yeah. I don't know why we're using tungsten to do anything in the 9th century. They didn't. I don't know why we're using nickel. They use it pretty rarely. And also it isn't all that useful for, like, quality upgrades. What a weird. What a weird everything. Anyway. Dive of the Valkyries does not have anything thematically to do with... Oh, I'm not in combat, so I can't do it. Oh, also I have no adrenaline. Wonder if I can get adrenaline off of whacking these guys. I can get adrenaline off of whacking these guys. Nice. So Dive of the Valkyries is just jumping up in the air a comical amount and doing stuff. Viking Mischief. There is no single king of England, but also yes. We have our 4 kingdoms overall on our world map. Mercia, East Anglia, Wessex, and Northumbria. And G, yeah. Totally not a surprising guess here, but I will not spoil it until we actually get around to locating him.
You really think flighting can compare to sagas?
Anyway, tattoo shop. Look at that. We can build that, which means we can absolutely spend change my equipment things in order to make me wear the most garish tattoos and display them. Oh my god, Leander, thank you so much. So yeah, we're gonna have to do this, and then yes, I will splice it out and try and do it in YouTube. We have 2 more tattoos, and they're both bad. Huzzah. So, the Assassin's Creed... The Assassin's Creed metaplot basically says, in the first game, that the world absolutely is dominated since the time of the Third Crusade in the 12th century between the fight between the Templars and the Assassins. The Templars and Assassins are both looking for peace in the Levant and the end of the Crusades by the virtue of
It is unrefined, unpalatable.
One, by trying to have people individually choose peace through the struggle to be better than itself. And then
to judge a flighting?
The Templars are trying to do it by
I would happily judge, brothers.
absolutely taking control of everything, burning all knowledge, and revealing people to the truth, which is that they should rule the world. The Assassin's Creed franchise then promptly ignored this, totally fine, though obviously conspiracy theory problematic base, and instead says the world was created, and humanity was created by the Isu.
Not bad. Now hear this.
The Isu are a sort of proto-super progenitor race of a different species of aliens that created humanity as enslaved people to dominate them forever. But they lived all over the world and controlled everything and built literally every vaguely significant monument ever. And then a giant solar flare 75,000 years ago coincided with a massive volcanic eruption, the Toba event.
All this is the clear winner, Holger.
And totally wiped out the Isu. And humanity happened to be revolting at the same time, and they barely survived, and it happened. And so literally every mythology, every god, every artifact, every vaguely significant anything that has ever happened is actually secretly an Isu relic. Literally all of them. So Thor is an Isu. Mjolnir is an Isu. Juno is an Isu that we saw regularly. Who somehow potentially kind of sort of survived? Not super clear. Assassin's Creed 2 is not exactly clear as to how the heck Juno is talking to Desmond. Anyway, So the Order of the Ancients then forms around 1200 BC, though also gets kind of rejuvenated in the reign of Cleopatra VII as a way to say, who are you?
Eivor. We have not yet
Hi, Octavian.
introduced. I am Octavian.
Oh dear.
Claudius
Here's our Roman.
Britannicus,
It's our Roman
Roman
boo.
relic.
Anyway, so the
Why
Isu,
do you have?
What good I will bring to the settlement? You
some
need only
humans
look
think,
to
you know, the
greatest
Isu were pretty cool. We
empire
should
the
probably go
world
back
has
to living by their
ever known.
teachings and just being
Yes,
kind of
I've seen
obedient
their
slaves to
great
them. This is
ruins.
the Order of the
Always
Ancients.
impressive.
But you have
And
not seen them restored to
under-
their former glory, and
Around
I can
the
help. Of course.
the
I
time
will
of,
need
you know,
a place
AC
to
Origins,
store my collection.
I'll build
the
you something when I
Order of the
can.
Hidden Ones,
Have
or
patience.
Assassins, is created
What is it you do here?
to say, hey, maybe we don't do that,
Any Roman
and to actually
artifacts
oppose
anywhere
them.
in the world,
And so
bring them
the
here.
Order of the Ancients does this
appraise them
grand
and see they're
super
given a
evil
good
Templar thingy of trying to rule the world, and the Assassins are like, nah,
I
no.
leave. So
How about
long.
we don't?
Bonum fortunum in your travels.
Viking
Eivor.
Bishop, the Titans are Isu. The Yitnar are Isu. The Yitnar are the Greek Isu, though. The Pharaoh we'll have to see. They haven't told us yet. But you know, let's take a wild guess and say that they're Isu too. It's Isu all the way down. Anyway, so around 2007, the solar flare, the Toba solar flare that destroyed the Isu somehow,
Nice to see you.
happened
Word of our growing
to
settlement
come
has
back,
reached our
and
south
a
ears.
certain assassin
So
turned
have a look
bartender
around.
named Desmond
I
Miles
may see a few
is
new
captured
faces.
by the Templars in order to
I
say,
want to see the alliance map.
okay, good, we are set to do Ledecestrescire.
I've changed my mind.
What?
I should go.
Okay, we're still doing Ledecestre. Awesome. So Desmond Miles is captured by Templars to go back through the genetic memory of the random BS plot device of genetic memory to find an apple of a piece of Eden, an Isu artifact that through it will tell us where a whole bunch of other.
Can you remind?
As a stable hand and a gameskeeper,
Okay,
but for the moment.
yep. I need to build that.
I'll see you later.
Bye, Eivor.
Okay, where do we build that? We build that here. We are short 5 raw materials. Fine. Let us start writing. Let us go up here. And then we shall keep going. Okay. So. They succeed, but Desmond escapes. With the help of the remaining assassins who have been mostly wiped out in the present day. And then they engage on this chase to kind of hunt down through the memories of Ezio Auditore. And, a later descendant named Connor to try and find the remaining pieces of Eden and prevent the solar flare. Desmond sacrifices his life to do this with the aid of an Isu named Juno. And then 8 years later, here we are again, the solar flare's back. That accomplished literally nothing. It is back. We have even more about the plot, even more Isu nonsense. And we're just supposed to kind of roll with that? I think? Oh gee, wonder if that's suspicious at all. Our meta plot will continue in a moment as soon as I get this viewpoint. A Ragnarssons lookout. With a cross on it. For some reason this lookout has a cross. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. But that's okay. Let's go up. I mean, what it likely is that this was supposed to be a church. But, let's take a look at England here. That was, Monkey King is probably an Isu. So the idea is that 75,000 years ago, there were real people, And then through oral traditions, they get corrupted and permutated in a bunch of different ways through various traditions and cultures, and end up being believed in as the gods. And so the Greek gods are in fact Isu, that have been, people have forgotten what they actually were, and so made them Norse, or made them gods. And the same thing happens for the Norse gods in this game. I will say, England is not rainy and depressing right now, but apparently snow-capped mountains, and autumn, kinda grey, and summer, question mark? If we look down there, that still looks like it's summer. We do seem to be having an issue of what season is it, because it definitely gets warmer the farther south we go, at a rather excessive speed. Oh yeah, also, yeah, most rulers are somehow, for some reason, all Templars. And so, you know, the Byzantine Empire is 110% Templar, despite, you know, the Order of the Temple being a, well, Norman construction. And in fact, the Templars assisting in the funding of the Fourth Crusade, which sacked Constantinople. But no, the Byzantine Emperor is Templar. By the way, we wanted metaplot, right? Everyone wave hi to Layla.
Bex, are you seeing this?
Yeah, it's weird. An anomaly of some kind. The rest of your simulation is frozen.
I can see a loose data packet close by. I'll see if I could reach it.
Okay, but take it slow. We don't know what this thing is.
So, there are 10 of these throughout the world, from what I've heard. I've not found them all in my preparatory playthrough, but it's essentially the most contrived platforming challenge. So we shall go platforming in order to build our path, in order to do more platforming, in order to eventually get like a 2.5 second long clip of something that, if we stretch a bit, is probably Norse mythology. You missed me to have to summarize the entire metaplot of Assassin's Creed in 3.5 minutes, done badly. Where's this one going? Oh yeah, there's a reflector up here, isn't there? I can't see. Okay, you seem to be aiming at the reflector now. Then you can go this way. And can build me that. I've only found 2 of these, but even so, that is already enough in order for me to kind of probably identify what moment in Norse mythology we are going to be hearing about in a moment. Because as it turns out, like, there is actual reason to do this as a... Whoops.
Soldiers at our door. They've come for you. For us. Let them take me. I have no more fear. Let me air my wrath in the courts. They'll kill you before they let you speak. I'll appeal to the council. They must know what the Mad One has done.
Okay.
Upon us. Now is not the time.
Well then. What a time. I need to go this way first. Gee whiz. Holy voice distortion, Batman. But someone apparently did something. Pissed off someone called the Mad One. Okay, so if we do that, should be able to jump this way. And then go back around this way. Move this one from over here to over there. Oh, definitely not. It's not like that's one of his names or anything. That the wrathful one, Igor,
I see it. It's
is
encrypted.
definitely not one of
Nothing I can't
Odin's
handle.
names or anything.
Got it.
Couldn't possibly have guessed that. And we get a clip of something. Someone put a thing somewhere. It still is pretty garbo. 1 of 10. Luckily, we only have to see that 10 times. But yes. The little bit of Norse mythology in that whole sequence is that the name the Mad One is attested to be in relation to only one god in the... Whomst are you? That must be, like, actual... there must be a guy here in Shirapshira, which we cannot get to yet. Okay. Where are we going? We are heading... We should actually track the correct quest. Sons of Ragnar. So where actually are we heading now? We are heading up all the way here to Repton. Suppose we should get on the boat and start going. Yep, it is in fact anticlimactic, but that's okay. Yeah, the Mad One is a, I think, poor translation, because it implies mad as in insane, instead of mad as in angry. Which is, I think, probably a debate. It's almost certainly to make you think that the Mad One is Loki. The assumption that Loki is clearly insane, even though he isn't. But only one god is ever called the Wrathful One in Norse mythology. It is Igor, it is Odin. Well, we are working our way towards Ivar. We only have to sail up the river all the way to Repton to get there. We will be talking about him in a moment, so everyone that I have promised to be talking about Ivar and to claim that he is actually interesting. He is actually interesting. We are going to see him in probably about 5 minutes after I do some boats. I mean, fair. It is a good point that is not exactly the behavior of a healthy individual. He's got some issues going on if he's willing to stab himself, sacrifice himself to himself, and hang himself from a tree, alongside other such things as gouging his eye out and stuff. And yes, as we're going, the people we are about to meet are Ivar and Ubba Ragnarsson. These two are historically unclear if they are brothers. The actual, even contemporary English sources, some of them say they were, some of them say they weren't. Certainly, though, by the 13th century, people thought they were brothers. I'm not sure why he's showing up in the Shirapshira arc, but we'll talk about his presence there when we get to there.
Lower the mast!
Viking Mischief. He survives the process of sacrificing himself to himself. Right before he dies, right before he would die, why are you putting the mast up? Why did you do that, Eivor? So, right before he would die from the process, the rope breaks and he falls off the tree, and then goes and gets help. He's not a zombie god, as cool as that would be. Anyway, fun thing there of... with that mast. That is the thing that longships actually could do. The mast is just held in place by a single wooden peg. You remove the peg, you're allowed to take down the mast. And so that was a thing they did with a whole lot of regularity in order to navigate through rivers. Otherwise, you just build a bridge and then they can't do freaking anything. Okay, we gotta make the turn here. Ah, damn it, there's another bridge. See, if they couldn't take the mast down, longships couldn't go anywhere because there's so many bloody bridges. I mean, yes. He does maybe reanimate a head, so he is a necromancer, he's just not a lich. Apparently I went too shallow for this boat.
Can't raise the sail here.
This wind would fill the sail.
Sail out!
I can't raise the sail. 2 seconds later, I'm allowed to raise the sail. Okay. Anyway. The Ragnarssons are probably our most famous Vikings ever. But they appear in the historical record in about 865 with our contemporary English sources with the attack on Northumbria. Northumbria in 865 is in the middle of a civil war because Alla of Northumbria just deposed Osbert, and so there's a huge succession crisis going on trying to figure out, you know, who's actually the king here. And then the Vikings show up. The so-called Great Viking Army, primarily led by one Halfdanr, but with Ivar as pretty much, if not co-equal first, as clearly as second. And so they attack Jorvik, and Osbert and Alla kind of go, well, crap, we gotta work together now. And then they... in the attack on Jorvik, the Vikings lose. And then the Northumbrians get greedy.
Show me.
Turns out getting greedy is always a mistake, because, yeah, they open the gates, and they try and chase the routing army, and Halfdanr and Ivar manage to, rally them, and turn the tide, and Alla and Osbert are both killed in the fight.
Repton. Sigurd should be here with the Ragnarssons.
And after this, after they've taken over, completely by dumb luck, taken over, everything that resembles, Northumbrian local elite, Halfdanr for sure stays in Northumbria, while Ubba and Ivar go into Mercia. And in 874, they capture the town of Repton, which was where we are right now, and they immediately go and depose Burkred. Oh, Leander. So they stopped the, solar flare by Desmond sacrificing himself. Then Ubisoft gave up on the meta plot for a couple of games. And now the solar flare is back. So Desmond was clearly a meaningful person who accomplished literally anything. Because, yeah, the assassins are basically kaput. There's like 7 of them left. And Abstergo Entertainment makes a video game about Vikings, which is Black Flag. And then Unity doesn't even have a meta plot. And then we kind of start... I don't know, I have no clue what happens in Syndicate. And then we start the Leylark, which is an archaeologist hired by Abstergo, by the Templars, is investigating this weird thing, starting with Origins, the origin point of the Assassin-Templar conflict, and is looking for more Isu artifacts. And she ends up finding the Staff of Hermes Trismegistus, kept by, which has the power of prolonging life, apparently, because she goes to ancient Greece and finds that, and then that creates a When she gets that, she goes a little bit crazy, and then receives an audio recording that leads her to North America to do archaeology on a Norse burial from the 9th century there, which is physically impossible. And then here we are. No, Black Flag was it? They made a pirate. Abstergo Entertainment made a pirate video game. Sorry, did I say a Viking video game? I am playing a Viking video game. Anyway, I guess we'll highlight the loot. We're gonna rob Repton blind, because why not? Yes, conveniently, immediately next to a cabin. I suppose we should find our plot. Okay, there's our plot. There's also a viewpoint up there, so we'll probably... Everyone runs away when we blow up one wall. Waste of time. I don't remember either. Well, that was totally useful, and totally worth our effort. But at least we get a bomb. I know that they justify this as being an oil jar, but it's just a bomb. Like... Look at that. Oil doesn't do that to anything. No way, no how. Yes, I used one arrow and exploded a door. Don't question it. Hey. Huh. Well, would you look at that? Someone's not wearing a shirt. I wonder who that could possibly be. We'll find out after we synchronize a viewpoint, because I've climbed all the way up here. By God, I'm not going to stop. Repton, in this time period, is actually a super duper important site. Because it is the burial site for the kings of Mercia since the 7th century. So we have Ivar intentionally takes control of it and more or less desecrates this church, which is supposed to be like the central church for the Mercian royal family. This has been interpreted as one of the few acts of explicitly anti-Christian and acts in kind of, you know, the entire era of the Great Viking Army. For the most part, they are equal opportunists, are not engaging in acts for primarily religious motivation, but rather for a primary material and political one. And I personally think that this is what the Repton thing is. This is an ideologically important site for the Kings of Mercia, and so this is a way of kind of breaking that power by taking over it and actually putting in a Norse burial, a very obviously non-Christian Norse burial in Repton on top of the site of the Mercian royal mausoleums. Anyway, by the way, everyone meet Ivar Bainloisi.
Who stands before Ivar Ragnarsson? Are you Sigurd Strenger? Igor!
Eivor. If you keep that up, we'll stain the floors.
The place could use some color.
Oh, look at that. They're being tongue-in-cheek about it.
Who are they?
9th century churches were chock full of color, because turns out everyone
Just
hates...
look the part of a peasant. Got feisty. Pitchfork. From this rabid little one. Was a time when you met and slew your enemy on the field before they could dream of things like sending spies.
And now we shake hands.
Uh-huh.
Deals.
Not my thing.
I figured.
So, everyone just bask in this man.
And reeking of piss.
He is such an awful human being.
Good boy.
Absolute hot mess of a
You're
person.
free, Saxon piggy, to run amok through the Mercian fields.
And the animation here does him no favors, because, yeah. Ew.
I would have let him down easy.
Oh yeah, we lost most of the frames from this, so you just got chops, a very choppy experience of whatever the heck just
What do you
happened.
call this place?
So,
I call it the shithole. To the Mercians, it is Reptar.
our first impression of Ivar the Boneless is that he is extremely cruel, greatly enjoys torture, and is the most over-the-top personality ever created. This is not entirely wrong. So, at this point we need to talk about our sources. We can divide our sources for Ivar Beinleisi, Ivar the Boneless, into two different categories. Late, primarily Norse sources, and roughly contemporary continental sources. Late means 12th century or later, so some 300 years after he lived. Contemporary would be before that, and are pretty much all from the continent. The farthest away one is Germany. Oh yeah, by the way, let's just pay attention here. Ragnarssons, the sagas of Rig. Just note, Beowulf, Ragnar Lothbrok. Beowulf exists in this time period according to this game. We'll come back to that next week. Just remember it. Yoink. For some reason, it's written on scrolls. Sagas were not written on scrolls. They were written on in books. Please stop, game. Oh yeah, next week we're doing the Grendel quest. Anyway, we're collecting those around. We'll talk about the Riddarssøgur eventually. Not yet, though. Back to Ivar. So, yes, anachronistic sepulchre heraldry. Anachronistic sepulchre heraldry. Quick, let's take a look at it. Oh huh. Oh huh. That sure is 12th century. Yeah, no, that one, open sepulchre, 2, 12th century. Not 9th century. Clearly not 9th century. The lying in state, with a carved figure of the person buried in it on the top is a high medieval development. This one right here looks a lot more like a correct period tombstone or sepulcher. Anyway, Athelbald, Beorad, and Wiglaf. Also Wiglaf. Those are actually historical kings, I believe. Those should be Burkhred's predecessors. So, good job, game. Anyway, yeah, we'll get back to the Bloodlord later. But, anyway, to start with our Norse sources, we have, I guess, 3 main ones. The first is, the Book of Settlement, or sorry, the Book of Icelanders. Eastlanding a book, though he is mentioned in Landnáma book, the Book of Settlements as well. But our main one we're looking at here is Eastlanding a book, the Book of Icelanders from the 12th century by Ari Thorgilsson. In it, he says that Ivar, the son of Ragnar Lothbrok, killed Saint Edmund of East Anglia in the in 870, and that is the same year as which in Iceland was yep, that is the same year that Iceland was discovered.
That is right. We've got a number of Saxon nobles lined up with their lips ready to kiss our asses.
The other two here are the Þáttur af Ragnarssonum from probably the late 12th century, and preserved in a manuscript from about 1300, and Ragnar's Saga Lothbrokar from around, composed in the 1200s, found in a manuscript that dates to about 1400. Our contemporary English sources, or Frankish, or whatever, there are a few more of them. We have, our youngest one is Adam of Bremen's history of the bishops of Hamburg-Bremen, which says that Ivar is the son of a man named Lodparcus, and Lodparcus is
I'm not going anywhere.
Lodparcus is just a guy. It's cognate with Lothbrok, but we know nothing else about him. We also have him in the Life of Alfred, the Vita Alfredi, the Life of Saint Edmund, the Vita Edmundi, and then in the so-called Anglo-Saxon Chronicle and a later Chronicle tradition. He also shows up in the Irish Fragmentary Annals. And so he's one of our best attested Viking leaders, period.
I have the warriors you need. This is one of them. My worries have vanished. Eivor, Wolf-Kissed, you have come at just the right time. Upa and Ivar here are hunting a king. And when we've caught him, we mean to crown another.
So,
our dear Thane Ceolwulf here.
Ceolwulf here is a historical figure. The so-called Anglo-Saxon Chronicle claims that Ceolwulf is a foolish king's thane that was, installed by the Great Viking Army after they deposed Burhred. That happens to be exactly what we're doing today. And so, Ceolwulf is a super-duper interesting figure. Obviously, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is not kind to him. However,
Another shithole. Only further south.
We've held a siege there for weeks to no effect.
The
So, no more knocking.
other evidence about Ceolwulf from not the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle tells us a very different story. Ceolwulf, as king, was able to expand Mercian control in the Welsh Marches, which is basically the Shira Shira arc.
Bugred is not to be harmed. My legitimacy as king hangs on this.
He was accepted by the nobles of Mercia without reference to the Vikings in the charters he issued. He was accepted and it was followed. And Alfred the Great, at the end of the 9th century, is minting coins in London with Alfred on one side and Ceolwulf on the other, portraying them deliberately in the style of late Roman coins. As equal kings with equal authority and equal respect. So, all of that indicates that Ceolwulf is a much more complicated figure than our aggressively pro-Wessex chronicle says he is.
This is a good plan, brother. I am ready for the coming fight.
Agreed. Yet remember this. Whatever you stand to gain here, so do we. An alliance between my clan and Mercia's crown. See this man installed on his throne and you will have it. I swear.
Uba here is a lot generally less absurd.
To sound the spear din and the thunder of
And look, we are a
shields.
poet.
So
We
let
are being a
fall
poet.
the arrow storm. The battle begins.
Ah, you never said this one was a poet.
We are being our perfect saga here. Oh, Ivar is not
Camp
impressed.
just north of
Okay.
Tamworth. Will you go with us?
Lead the way.
Take in the sights of Repton
So-
if you like. We will be at the docks when you are ready to go.
I'm glad you and your brother have come.
Ceolwulf
If only to
is
bring some
intentionally
measure of calm.
delegitimized
Ease yourself,
after his
Ceolwulf.
death by the
We all
chronicle
stand to
tradition,
benefit.
partially
remember
as
this for
a
years to come.
claim
For
to
all the
Wessex
wrong
superiority,
reasons,
because Alfred's daughter, Athelflath, marries Ceolwulf's successor in Mercia, and then Athelflath becomes the sole ruler of Mercia after her husband's death.
Lively town. Quite a lot to see.
And so there's a whole lot going on there. And as Wessex starts making claims to all of England, they kind of dispute Ceolwulf's legitimacy. So, realistically, what he was is he was he must have been an incredibly talented negotiator, because he apparently negotiates some kind of peace with the Vikings, because they raided Mercia a whole lot less after 874. And he's able to take his Fyrd, his army, raised armies and local garrisons, to push into the Welsh borderlands, instead of having them run around chasing raiders. So whether he fought them to a stalemate, or he negotiated some kind of tribute system, it's not clear. But he did something to get the Vikings off his back, and they mostly move into Wessex, and then after Alfred, only barely, but successfully, defeats them, they fuck off to Francia for a while. Yeah, but the Roman Empire still exists, Vinold. Let's not call the Byzantines something different from Rome. They are Rome. People knew they were Rome. They called themselves Romans. The Pope recognized them as Romans. There's no reason to not call them Romans. Just because they had a bit of a slap fight and Charlemagne gets marked as Roman Emperor, as the Western Roman Emperor, co-ruler to the Byzantine Emperor.
I'll gather my things and meet you in Tamworth as soon as it's over.
But yeah. By the way, have to say, I super duper like Ceolwulf's design. Like, as far as guys go, he is one of the best outfits in this game so far. Certainly better than ours, even though we're wearing our nice DLC outfit. But multicolored, bright colors, bright red, bright blue. Style of belt that is historically attested. If this style falls out of favor immediately after this period, they actually switched from using belts with a buckle like that to a sort of tied belt off of a Carolingian fashion. But it's tied correctly. He only has one of them. Sacks hanging off of it. Gold jewelry with a cross on it. Good. A nice brooch on the corner there. Also good. Gloves with rings. Good. He's missing he might have an arm ring. That's basically like the only change I would make. Even the fur-trimmed cloak is fine, because it's fur-trimmed, not just wearing a dead animal. And yes. So this is how they're characterizing him. That he doesn't like this idea, but he is doing this out of genuinely good motives, and to try and protect Mercia, and protect Mercian influence in England, and protect the Mercian people. Hey look, it's nighttime, such as night is in this game. This game is incredibly bright. So even nighttime you can see clearly. Anywho, we've got lots of stuff around here. Let's do a couple of these world events here. We're not going to worry too much about, trying to get every piece of loot on this map, because a lot of it is totally useless, but we'll try and do world events. And we want to find if there are any... Ah, damn it. You know what that is? This little white dot here? 100% guarantee that this is a tattoo, which means we've got to go get it. So that you guys can inflict stuff on me. Oh look, it's up there. Hello, Tattoo. The world events are by and large quite good in this game. There are some that are real pieces of work, but a lot of them are quite good. Anyway, let us run like hell. Ow. Come on. Chase it down. Run faster. Got it. We got a tattoo design. Yay. Okay. See you, map. Okay. Anyway. So. Let's talk more about Ivar while we're running around trying to get across there to see the next thing. Ivar, in our contemporary English sources, is said to be the cruelest of the Vikings. Just period. Straight up. All idea, no contest, he is just the cruelest one. Adam Bremen says this explicitly. And this is really supported by some of our other source material. Indeed. Oh look, he's using a period correct harp. Though it looks like it may have one too many strings. Don't remember if they're 7 string or 9 strings.
Helps me pass the time. Come here, Raider. Have a seat with me. Here a stone.
Anyway, I have pulled up here
You have spent some days on a longship.
part of Alfred's Life of Saint Edmund, which was really not mostly the section about his death, because supposedly Ivar, in the English sources called Hingwar, is the one who kills him.
Sturdy by the looks of you, but you are not from that Ragnarssons camp there in Repton. I would have recognized you.
I belong to another clan. What are you doing away from yours?
I have been cast out. Too old, too frail.
Indeed.
Dead weight.
We're gonna listen to his sad story, then I will read you some Old English.
No shame in
Because,
that.
let's
Not many of us
see.
can say they lived long
I'll
enough to
translate the whole
simply
paragraph,
retire.
but I'm gonna read like one paragraph from Alfred's Life of Saint Edmund, because it talks about Hingwar and Hubba.
Now that is foreign to me.
Embrace it. Sail the seas. Write your songs and bellow out on the winds. Sounds nice to me.
You are far too young to speak so wise. There is a bright future for you and your clan.
By the way, this is a kind of a common feature that is definitely not a subtle hint to anything, we promise.
Seek out my quarters near the docks.
Every time we run into a problem, Eivor just kind of knows the answer. Despite being, you know, only like, I don't know, 28.
You honor me.
Call it a gift from the old guard
just
to the new.
knows and gets called wise by a whole lot of people. And that's definitely not a hint to anything coming up later, we promise. But anyway, some Old English here. So, hit je lamp tha at nextan tha dennishan leo de ferton med shippere herjende ans leonde wieder je on land swasra heora je woene is. On tham flotan waren tha fyrmesten heavodmen Hingwar en Hubba. Je en lata thur Deoval, and he on North Himbrelanda, Yolanda mit Asham, and the west on that land of the Leodo Oslochon. Thayawenda Hingwar, East, mit his shipum and Hubba Balaf on North Himbrelanda, Yewunanum Sia, mid Wal Reyonissa. Hingwar Thaba come to East Englum, Rowenda, on Thamiera the Alfred Aveling and 20 Yara was. So the West Saxon Kuning, Atheling, Sithan Werth Mara, and so for side Hingwa Falichus Waswell Wolf on the Best del Corda, and the Leo de Slaw, Weras and Weef, and the Unweetigan Killed, and to Beesmora to Corda the Bilawiton Christenan. So, roughly translating that, Once I figure out where the heck my boat is. Where did my boat go? My boat's right there.
Keep an eye out for this old raider's home.
Okay, it then happened that the Danish people traveled with a fleet of ships, ravaging and slaughtering across the whole land, just as their custom is. Please stop it. There we go. In that fleet was the foremost leaders, Ivar and Ubba, united through the devil, and they in Northumbria landed with spears and lay waste to that land and slew the lords. Then Ingvar traveled east with his ships, and Hubba remained in Northumbria, where he had achieved victory through great cruelty. Ingvar then came rowing to East Anglia in that year when Alfred the Prince was 21 years old, who later, as King of the West Saxons, would become famous. And the aforementioned Ingvar, fiercely, just as a wolf, stealthily moves on land, came and slew the lords, slew the people, the lords and women and the unwitting child, and brought disgrace and torture to innocent Christians. Hi, Armando. Thanks for stopping and saying hi. Yes, it does in fact mean it. You are correct. But yeah, so that one actually implies that Ivar, Hingvar, and Ubba are actually not... actually, we've got someone's house key. We've got his house key somewhere over here. Where is it? Is it this house? It might be this house.
So, some of us are staying
No.
behind as I hear it.
Half the army's already in Tamworth, and we've now got help from the
There it
south.
is.
It's our
I see a lock.
after this place.
Ta-da.
This must be that old raider's place.
There we go.
He said he
Up,
wanted me to have his things.
Ubba has banished him for not being apparently rich enough and doing stuff enough. Oh, by the way, nice Viking metal bracelet right there. In original... Oh, wait. Ooh, hang on. I have to take a look at that. Yeah, we're going to talk about that epithet, the Boneless, in a bit here. Where is this original Norse poem? Can we take a look at that in closer detail, please? Because that is an illuminated manuscript, which makes me think that this is probably just a copy of a page from Flat AR book, based off how richly illuminated that first initial is, which is a 14th century manuscript. It's the fanciest manuscript in all of Iceland, but, yeah. I'm looking at that historiated or inhabited initial, sorry, not historiated. And I'm very suspicious. I think I have a tooth. Do I have a tooth? I have a tooth.
Is that everything?
No, it is not everything. I don't actually know if blue cheese was a thing back then. We're gonna get a food historian on eventually, hopefully. And if we do... If I do manage to get my friend who is a food historian on, you may ask her if blue cheese is a thing in the 9th century. This is not where I want to go. Where do I want to go? Over this way. So, anywho, where was I? Oh yeah, the characterization of Ivar. So our sources are pretty much all kind of consistent among our English group. We're gonna do a 17-point turn here. Our boat might shatter. This is awkward. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Look at my turning ability. It only mostly broke a boat. The Skryling or Hjarta tattoos. Okay, I think we may have just gotten one of the Hjarta ones. So... let us sit down again. Anyway, our sources for Ivar all pretty much agree he's exceptionally cruel. And as far as that goes, his idea of him torturing people,
this is not a gift I can accept or repay.
As our first introduction, is actually totally legitimate.
He should stay with you.
He also is incredibly competent, incredibly clever, incredibly ruthless, and generally dangerous to everyone. To turn to our Norse sagas, our legendary Ivar Bainlacy, which, by the way, actually, this is a great time to talk about these.
And there I will speak of you, so that when the time comes to claim your seat, they
Thank
will
you.
greet you by name.
I appreciate that.
Farewell.
Anyway, you may have noticed in that Old English, there was no word that remotely means boneless. Because Ivar is not referred to in that way until Saxo Grammaticus, writing about 1200. He's the first to actually call him Ivar the Boneless, and the two Norse sagas agree with that. The English tradition doesn't call him that at all. Which means this is probably an epithet that's applied to him later. And on that note, we end up having absolutely no bloody idea as to what it is. Ivar will eventually mention his explanation for it in this game. I will present the other ones then. In the meantime, let us quick distraction to do an awful Senna, and then we will go.
Most men choose to be loud or stupid. Impressed that you manage both. I will take you on.
Brilliant. Some fighting spirit.
Yes, big bet. We need the money. We will need every scrap of cash we can get. We don't want to do less than a big bet.
Let us begin.
Especially since none of this is that hard.
I have sparred against champions and bested each one.
Sure you have.
Oh, to beat such a braggart will surely be fun.
We are just matching rhyme and meter.
Be careful, young
which is not really how a Senna works, because the meter is set.
You're a weakling, a milksop, a catcher, a louse.
Brilliant.
And everyone...
I'm the greatest of flighters, a master of verse.
No, you're not. You're doing just one line.
Your pride is appalling, and your rhyming is worse.
Got you there, young Earth. Ha! I'm impressed. You are
okay, so we're gonna probably end up mentioning this every single time, but
take the gold. You've earned it.
Senna's, the kind of rhyming or the insult contest that is often compared to rap battles, has a set meter. It is in Drottqvite. It is in praise poetry meter. Occasionally you might see deviations from that into one of the other 3 accepted meters, but for the most part we're looking, or for near this lag, the old poetry meter is kind of the other one that's acceptable. Okay, is there anything else in Repton? Because I don't want to come back here if I don't have to. Oh, I gotta actually, like, talk to Ubba. Fine. I was just gonna run off to Tamworth, but I guess we can do that. But yeah, it is stanzas, not rhymes, and it is usually it would be half praise and then half poetry, or half insult. So, like, I would say, I was at some great battle where I accomplished XYZ deed, but I didn't see you there because you were at home doing nothing, sitting by the fire. And it would continue being things like that, and would end up being a big old mess of insults.
And Burgred shall weep at the sight of what the future holds for this kingdom.
Oh, by the way, at this point, let's talk about Ubba's like design. We'll talk about Ivar's design when we get to see him in more detail again. But by the way, so he is wearing scale mail, which is probably not existing in the 9th century in Western Europe. It exists in the Byzantine Empire, it exists in the Eastern Roman Empire, and starting around the 10th century with the Varangians, it becomes plausible that someone could import scale mail from their time in Constantinople in Miklagarður. But Ubba definitely never went there, so not a problem. Also, he has no sleeves, which is a good way to get your arm hacked off. This kind of short sleeve that we see is probably more plausible, because that way a strike coming at your soldier, a strike coming in at your shoulder that you don't block doesn't chop off your arm. We don't like vests in this game.
Not yet crowned king and already grooming his successor.
But this kind of simple brooch pin that Ubba is wearing is a museum piece, as is Ceolwulf's ring brooch. But the other thing that's ridiculous here, apart from the wearing a whole dead animal as trim on his cloak, is his mohawk. Undercuts, partially shaved heads are attested from the Vendel period and from the kind of Roman Iron Age before that, in bog bodies. They don't seem to have been nearly as popular in the Viking Age, and so we're a bit suspicious. Overall, it's not a terrible design. He's at least wearing, you know, mostly plausible, looking mostly plausible. A little bit... Ivar looks a lot less plausible, but, you know, we've got the awful... certainly his cloak is better than Sigurd's, who is truly just wearing a dead animal.
The stink of jealousy, of our budding friendship, I think.
Viking mischief, yes. Kings absolutely would want to send their sons into battle to get both military command experience and also as a way to kind of groom them for leadership abilities and have actual battle experience. So it absolutely happened. You just have to be careful about it, because that means princes did die on the battlefield. It's unlucky when it happens, but it totally does. Oh, by the way, Ceolbert is being interesting for us.
Not all Danes are Danes.
From where do you come, if I may ask?
North of the Danelands, a place called Funberg, in Norway.
I didn't know there was land north of there. What are the people like?
What do you mean you didn't know? It is very odd that Ceolbert... Well, actually, it's not impossible that he doesn't know. But later he says he must study up as soon as we get off of this, because later he knows quite a bit about Norway.
Was it a mass exodus from Norway, then?
It was. Norway is now the province of a young king, Harald by name.
Anyway,
wise beyond his years.
It is interesting that Ceolbert notices that Eivor and Sigurd are Norwegian, not Danish, because this is right around the time period where those two languages start being identified. While the term the Danish tongue does seem to be used up into the 12th century in some contexts to refer to all Norse languages, linguistically, we know that around the start of the 9th century, we are seeing... Yeah, see? He just suddenly, he didn't know that there was land north of Denmark, but now he also knows how big Norway is. How, Ceolbert? Do you have, like, an encyclopedia on your horse? Also, you know how old Harald is. You didn't know he existed. Ceolbert, did you read the script?
You may see rapid progress.
I'm not sure I want so swift a rise.
Do you have access to the script or something? Like, good on you. That shows ingenuity. But
who bears the heaviest weight of my anger, not King Harald.
Kind of a problem. Anyway, linguistics. At the start of the 9th century, we start to see a divergence between what we call East Norse and West Norse. West Norse refers to Norwegian and what would become Old Icelandic, while East Norse becomes Old Swedish and Old Danish. There's also a third branch, Gutnish, that ends up being spoken in one island, that eventually gets conquered by Sweden and the language dies out.
It sounds something like Scott,
but,
our court
hey,
poets. Is that
I
what
mean, you are correct. That is good comparative linguistics, but also that's not how you pronounce shop. SC in the 9th century Old English is an SH sound, not an SK sound.
I like the thought of that. I do.
And in fact, SH is the sound change that gives us all of our SH words in modern English. So ship in Old English is SCIP, cognate with Old Norse skipur, SKIP. And so you end up with weird things like, you know, shirt and skirt are actually the same word, or descended from the same word, I should say. One is a Norse borrowing, skirt. Shirt is the Old English undergoing regular Old English sound changes. So ship and shield, yeah, are skip, Old Norse skipur and skildur, or Old English sheep and shield. Hence why we have Shield Chafing, the king. The Norse version of his saga, which is now destroyed, is Skildunga saga. The Shieldlings saga. Anyway. You absolutely can. Those sound changes do persist because that's... It would be weird if they didn't, to be honest. So everything would be very broken. Anyway, we meet new people. We meet King Burkred, who this game does not like. He ruled over Mercia for 22 years. And then we meet Leofrith, who I think is just, like, Roman? I think he's just from, like, he basically looks like Gladiator.
How quickly you recover. I'm beginning to wonder.
He also has very weird armor. Since Ivar pointed out, he has like these big giant medals on his armor as the extent of his like kind of protection, and it is totally useless in terms of practical points at blocking anything, and is also not historically attested. So I think he's just like idealized, stylized Roman.
Description of a perfect 30-yard toss.
Enough jawing, heathens. Speak your piece. We've come
Okay, thank you AC for pointing that out. I will read that out. So, the Mercian heraldry. In the 9th century, heraldry does not exist. We do not have banners like this, but in the top corner of the screen there, you can see a double-headed eagle. This is an attributed one to the late 10th century Earl of Mercia, Leofrith.
Not to worry. We have a Mercian of our own.
Jail wolf, you mean? When I'm done with you lot, I'll execute.
So, this is a, I believe, 12th or 13th century attribution that's only attested in one spot, but is applied back, and they normalize this to the entire reign of Mercia. A double-headed eagle is actually most commonly associated with Charlemagne, but the crown over it is a specific, mostly 10th century style of crown known in England. There's a depiction of King Edgar the Good that has this very specific kind of glorious crown with the 3 points with little like cross shapes on the top of each one. Viking Mischief. Scandinavian languages and English are kind of more closely related. The kind of here is that there's a lot of borrowings from Scandinavia into there's a lot of borrowings from Old Norse into Old English that make them more closely related. In terms of true, just like linguistics, German and Old English are both West Germanic, while the Scandinavian languages are North Germanic. There's a couple of sound changes that are unique to that, so technically speaking, German should be more closely related, but thanks to a whole bunch of borrowings, due to political circumstances, I would argue that modern Norwegian and English certainly look and feel more related than English and German do. Yeah, strictly, of course, Dutch is the problem here, because, yeah, it is more closely related than Norwegian is, and it is also West Germanic.
Let's make short work of this, Eivor. England is a big place.
Yes. Sigurd, you are still cool. It's a shame what happens to you later. Also, shame about your name, because, once again, they cannot decide whether they want him to be using the modern Anglicization, Sigurd, or the Old Norse, which they use in other places, Sigurður.
Eager to see you fight, Eivor. Show us old wolves a thing or two.
So, by the way, at this point, Ivar, we can talk about his depiction, and then we'll play some... we won't play dice. The dice don't... Actually, they do matter. Damn it, that's how I do order missions. I might run around and do dice off screen, because that's not really enjoyable for anyone to watch. But anyway, we can talk about Ivar's description here, because Darby McDevitt has come out, and the narrative director for this game and head writer, has come out and said that their inspiration for him is primarily decaying rockstar. So a rockstar who is well past his prime, and doesn't seem to realize it yet, and constantly tries to reclaim that glory.
Eivor.
Which I don't hate.
Ivar
just straight up...
Then jab him in his fat head.
Let's get through these walls first, Ivar.
So he is leaning into every stereotype of bloody brutal Vikings, really filling that kind of role for the game. And guess what? It makes him really damn unlikable. This is intentional, and I think that is a reasonable way to be reading him. He does just kind of fall off the face of the earth sometime around 875, or 876, it's not totally clear, but he just kind of stops being mentioned. So he probably dies sometime in there. So we're at the very end of his life before he truly just goes poof. So making that this kind of aged, decaying guy who is well past his glory days works okay. His armor is very fancy Viking. Once again, we're going for visual interest over any sort of practicality. So he seems to have decided it is a good idea to leave his entire midriff exposed. Also, he has one, two... At least, one belt with two buckles. One of them being this like very late 9th century or 10th century knotted style. One of them being our slightly earlier buckled style. And then also has a bandolier that is strapped in a way to be horribly uncomfortable. A fantasy pauldron, and no armor in his middle. Exactly. Viking Mischief, I think that's exactly what they're doing. They are making him, in every way, shape, and form, our fancy Viking, so that they can use this as an object of critique. It's good writing, it just means that he is very much being a legendary figure and not a plausible historical one. But that's okay, because we have two legends about him.
Lord, light my way.
In our two legends, Ivar the Boneless, Ivar Beinloisi, is the eldest son of Ragnar Lothbrok, and Austlaug, the daughter of Sigurður Fáfnisbani, and the Valkyrie Brynhildr.
Who are you?
He is possibly magical, definitely cruel, and clever as hell. And so Alla, who in the sagas is just undisputed, long-ruling king of Northumbria,
let's go.
Instead of the upstart imposter who claimed the throne and deposed the previous king Osbert.
What are we going to do about him?
Jail there.
And just kind of rolls with it.
Know these men, Eivor.
He is really, really clever.
Ledecestrescire showed me how to wield a greatsword.
Why is he showing you how to wield a weapon that doesn't exist yet, Jailbird? Just why? I mean, I'm proud of him.
Least of all with Ledecestrescire. He is only following orders.
When the match begins,
but that's a problem. Yeah. So he is I mean, his visual design also has reminiscence to like a punk rocker with that whole mostly shaved head fringe thing, and clean shaven. Though, being clean shaven is bad. He should not be clean shaven, because being clean shaven is an indication of supposedly inability to grow a beard, which is a mark of unmanliness and is generally bad. So, no good. Don't do that. But that's okay. Yep. So, we're rolling with it. Actually, Darby did say why they have great swords in this game and not one-handed swords. Is that they decided one-handed swords and one-handed axes play too similarly? Oh, by the way, shout outs to Crenulation, that thing that doesn't exist yet. And now we're doing this big old thing. Come on, get out of cover, get out of cover. Yeah. Back up. Back up. Charge. Back up. Back up. Also, this battering ram, with this big ram's head, is very stylized, and a very familiar style from, like, AC2, any of that stuff. But it's not actually a real... I wonder what we're bracing with. I wonder what we're using to brace, because we seem to not have a shield. But that's okay. This should nope, one more. Damn it. But yeah, this ram's head is a later style, mostly familiar from the late Middle Ages. Oh. Ivar, how did you guys teleport? Like, fair play, dude. They are really badass, though. Wait, we'll just throw axes at everyone. Infinite supplies of axes. Ow. Fine, we'll use the spear on you. Stomp. Ow. Rude. Continuing to be rude. Stop being rude. Wow, two weapons is actually quite hard to use. It's very powerful, but it's also very hard to use. Okay. Yeah, we are absolutely comical. For some reason, though, using our left-hand attack drains our stamina really badly. It's like we just are whiffing, even when we're not. Oh well, dive of the Valkyries, here we go. What? What the heck happened there? It just broke. Our thing just didn't work. Well, okay, that's enough of that. We've got fights to do. Leave our people to do our people things. And we're just gonna eat all of the stuff. Use the lift here. This is not good. Thank you, Leander, for inflicting this on us, because oh boy, this is not good. I mean, we did kind of rush a late game ability. We're not supposed to, or mid game ability. We are not supposed to be that easily. Oh, wait, that's just Ubba. Sorry, Ubba. I didn't mean to do that. Why are they just following me around? They are way too strong to be just following me around randomly. I feel like I missed something in there. How did I get away with that? Everything is a mystery. I don't know what's happening. It's just noise. It's all noise. It is like combat in this game is definitely Souls inspired. There's just no way around that. It just is. Why did you hop in the hay bale? Because we have parries, we can do left-hand attacks, all sorts of stuff going on there. I'm not going to deal with the ram. I'm just going to run up the side of the bloody thing here. Hello? Please stop. Please stop it. Thank you. Let's go. Up the side of the wall. We'll clean them all out using our power of just random stuff. Crenellations do nothing when we can just climb the wall. Die with the Valkyries. Come on. Do it right. There we go. Nailed it.
Remain steadfast.
And you're suddenly doing that. You threw away your shield, which is dumb. Don't recommend doing that. You too. Don't pick up hammers. Hammers are not historically tested. You shall pay for that with your life. Once again, dudes, you all need to keep using your shields. Dude, I just said hammers aren't historically tested. I just said that. They don't seem to understand the memo. Yeesh. Hey, they actually broke through on their own. Look at them! They did the thing without needing my help. For once in their life. They did the whole thing without needing my help. Yeah, they are making hugely exaggerated animations here, which is not inherently terrible, but it's also not good. So. Anyway, we're gonna hurry up here to the last stage of this assault, which is getting up here to the centerpiece, instead of clearing out the whole thing. Because there are two guys we need to take on here, and they are both terrible. Look at this guy. Look at this skirmisher.
Can't hold out much longer.
Oh, Sigurd is gonna ruin my fair fight of 2v1s. And Opa's also gonna help dunk on these guys. Okay, fair play. And stun attack. Okay, take a look at that guy's helmet. Hopefully one of the frames that this game the stream picked up is that one, so you can see his helmet. Cause let's take a look at that. Look at it. You can almost see it. Okay, it's done. Yeah. So his helmet has this like weird metal strings coming off of it. Firstly, it's a nearly solid piece. There we go. Let's take a look at it. Can I manipulate the camera to see this well? Yes, kind of. There we go. So, I don't love the face guard, not because it is inherently impossible. We do have kind of full face guard things, like the sudden hue shield I showed off on the last stream. But I do truly despise, firstly, the shape of it, with being so pointed. And then I also despise these, like, metal rings coming off of it, held on by potentially metal, also potentially leather straps. I don't know what's going on with that. My opinion is that he looks like one of the Easterlings from Lord of the Rings, far more than he does any sort of historical entity. Which is rough. It's super rough. Yeah, come on, Nova. You're supposed to be this big badass dude, and you were just kind of knocking on the door cheerfully. It's bad. I'm not a huge fan of this.
Take 3 men and search the rear. Look around. See what you can find. I'll send for Chaelwolf. Tell him we found
So
the
it's not that they didn't have pointy helmets. You were right that the conical helm, especially in Francia, is a real thing at this time. It is that I don't like the fact that his kind of face guard comes down to a point at the very tip of his chin, instead of being this rounded shape that we see attested from other full face helms.
Your lies are just like you, Eivor. Big and bold.
Ivar is old, and so he's about to fall asleep here. He's actually just going to pass out on the throne, which honestly does not look comfortable. Like, put a cushion on that. You have the power. Put a cushion on your throne before you fall asleep on it. The goal is not to be as uncomfortable as possible. You missed part of the Ragnarssons rant. Not all of it. Not all of it by a lot. Indeed. Double snake thing there?
A chronicle of payments made. Like a ledger. There's a symbol here. A clan emblem, maybe. The brothers should see this.
For some reason they have this clan emblem. Clans are freaking annoying. Also, yeah, by the way, everyone is writing. Everyone is sending messages by writing, so we can conveniently find them. That is one of the things that annoys me in this game the most. The fact that everyone is literate all the time, and can just read like every language ever. Not how that works, and it's not even close to how that works. What we should instead be seeing is that messages are being passed on by, well, messengers. Not really a controversial idea, that.
Ivar, I found a letter. There's a symbol here.
Oh yeah, yep. As I said, he's old. He fell asleep. This is supposed to be disrespectful, but also,
nothing. You?
I don't know. He wants to be something he no longer is.
You know that symbol?
Anyway, since we're talking about the symbol, we can deviate from the Ragnarssons from a moment to talk about the Eicht.
Sigil. It seems she's been dealing with Burgred as well.
So they translate the word Eicht as clan here. And so they have, you know, we have our Raven clan.
She could have told him anything. Told him secrets about
we have
Repton, our plans.
Her clan, we have Kjotve's clan.
Fashion a new crown and stick it on your melon. There you have it. You're the new king.
Ivar, you know better than this. Even in the sagas, he knows way better than this. But yeah, they're assigning a lot of this kind of animal emblems. So, ravens, wolves for Kjotve, snakes for Tona.
You were one of Burgred's things.
And
you must have some
this is kind of a problem, to be honest.
Had his secret haunts, but he never told me of them.
It's...
Kept me quite in the dark. For good reason, I suppose.
Tona is our only lead. We talk to her, find out what she knows.
I would sooner launch my face into my axe than face her.
Yeah, it looks like you've already done that once with your big thing.
Her impression of you.
The big scar across your face.
We have the same father, Eivor, but his mother.
Okay, this is coming straight out of Saxo Grammaticus. According to Saxo, Ivar is the son of Ragnar and Thora, while Ubba is an illegitimate son by a different woman after Thora dies. So, that one is actually coming from somewhere, but the two Norse sagas don't actually mention Ubba as part one of Ivar's brothers at all. It is purely coming out of Saxo.
He'll come around in time, but keep him from Ivar if you can. He's the furthest thing from a mentor.
Viking Mischief. The reason why that doesn't work is that the peasants are not the people who matter. Contrary to, you know, Monty Python, etc., the peasants...
That Dane merchant, Tonna, she must know something about where Burgred's hiding.
The peasants are utterly unimportant when it comes to 9th century English politics. Like, they truly do not matter. Unlucky to be them, but so be it. What instead matters is the, oh yes, Athelstwith. Okay, thank you.
Burgred called for help. Enlisted the aid of powerful men. But who are these warriors he
Okay.
speaks of?
And the nobles of Mercia have to accept a king. It is a pseudo-elected position, as is the case across pretty much all of Scandinavia and England into... In England into the 12th century, well, yeah, 12th century, Scandinavia 13th century, that the nobles must accept the king. And part of that is having a perception of legitimacy. The crown is a mark of that legitimacy, though it is not necessarily in of itself meaningful, but the nobles are absolutely powerful enough that if they do not accept you, if they do not support you, and perceive you as legitimate, then you're kinda screwed. You're not going to be successful at ruling. In fact, you're probably going to get deposed very quickly. Pretty much, like, half the arcs in this game are about nobles trying to depose a ruler they perceive of as illegitimate. So, it's bad. The exception to this, which I only... There's another one that I only... Okay, I need to actually do these quick. Because more money and more tattoos for utter misery. But yeah, a really weird kind of exception to this actually occurs in Hungary. I only learned about this recently, but the ruler of Hungary, until well into kind of the Austro-Hungarian Empire actually, was the crown itself. Not the king, the literal physical crown of Hungary. As was kind of a manifestation of God's will, and anything that God kind of touches with that is, anything that happens to it is God's will, and so, God and, in fact, the Blessed Virgin Mary are the actual rulers of Hungary. The king is a figurehead who has power because he wears the crown itself. So that's a case, where, you know, not having the crown would be a huge, huge problem. Drink, 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 drink. Continue drinking, drink faster. Please drink faster. Okay. Oh, I choked. That's not good. I have to actually focus on these, because otherwise I do just choke and lose money. Which is not good. But I think we're going to win this one, assuming I don't totally flub it on the end here. This kind of just bucket drinking contest is a little weird to me, since it doesn't really occur apropos of anything. Kind of big communal drinking contest as part of a feast context makes perfect sense, but as just an activity, there's this weird perception of, you know, they're just kind of... Hey, would you look at that? It's a tattoo. I can fling myself off a cliff to get to that tattoo. Huzzah! Here we go! Hey look, we're just gonna run through the trees here, apparently. And be very good at that. Probably. Maybe. I do like they seem to have finally figured out how to do... Oh, crap. Or I can just flub the whole thing for no super discern... Nope. Eivor! Gods! We are now so far behind it, I don't think I make this one. Why did you do that, Eivor? Eivor! This is... Hey, look at that. I failed it. I'm not going back over there. Not happening. I do, however, want to get this so I can fast travel back here. So, we are going to head back that way, but not for the sake of the stupid freaking thing. Did I mention that I really actually don't like this game's parkour? This game's parkour is actually quite bad. Hopefully they improve Eivor's pathfinding, but it is really easy, like almost AC1 levels of really easy to just kind of flop off a cliff and then be in trouble. Or to just, you know, miss your target. So, rip any hope of accomplishing any of the things we wanted to. But yeah. New viewpoint in our fog bank. We are sitting in a fog bank. True English tradition. It is just foggy. By the way, that longhouse, apart from the repeated Mercian heraldry kind of all over it, that thatch-roofed longhouse that we've got right over there is way better than our Norse longhouses. Like, the one in Ravensthorpe is just looks dumb and kind of our fancy Viking dragon shingle longhouse aesthetic. That one looks like an actual longhouse from the time period. So, yeah, exactly. Leonard, you said it pretty well right. There is not necessarily like a sensible, logical reason for the crown to be important, except that it is a symbol of legitimacy, one of several very common in... Okay, we're going up here, which means we're actually going to go up here first. And then on the way, we can grab that, and we can grab that. Okay, as you can see, there's like a whole bunch of world events here, which we're going to pick up kind of on our way. Because we're going to go here eventually, get a world event. We're going to go up here eventually, get a world event. We'll go up here, get some stuff. But if we want to get our world events, we're going to have to kind of bounce around. We're not going to get everything in this Shire this time. But next week is going to be, we're not going to be doing main story. We're not going to be doing Grant to Bridge for 2 weeks. Instead, next week is going to be a kind of miscellaneous cleanup, so we're going to be doing the DLC quests, we're going to be doing the Yule event, hopefully, assuming I can get the settlement built up enough, and then we're going to be doing the, just some picking up things we missed, find some interesting things.
I told you we need to set fire to the house so the raid feels real. I didn't forget it, you said you would bring it. You fool! Must I do everything?
Oh boy, so these two are just our dumbass brigade.
We're trying to solve a problem here. We need fire to set the house ablaze. Think. How could you forget the torch? I told you we need to set fire to the house so the raid feels real. I didn't forget it. You said you would bring it.
These two are clearly like our knockoff Ivar, our knockoff Ubba. He's got the same haircut. He's got a vaguely similar haircut. They're just knockoffs, and they're dumb knockoffs at that.
How could you forget the torch?
Extremely dumb. We're gonna help them stop being dumb.
This stranger has helped us.
We have infinite torches in our pocket, so it's not a problem. But, yeah, you are... Oy vey.
You wanted fire. There you have it. Though I get the sense you two are ill.
Viking Mischief. Usually the Pope just said, yeah, screw it, we're not going to France to coronate you. You have to make it over here. You have to come to me, and then I will coronate you. There are some Holy Roman Emperors who never made it to Rome to get coronated as Holy Roman Emperor.
We set up that abandoned house to practice a raid. Build it with our most precious.
It is only in the cases where, you know, the Pope gets exiled to France that the coronations take place in France.
You better hurry.
Well, we have more lag, but oops.
Please come with. I do not want to do this with my brother alone.
Also, yeah, these guys don't even get names. They're just Norse warriors. They're just guys.
Our names will
Seriously?
echo in the halls of Valhalla. Worry
Seriously?
not, budding sprout. Together, we will grow you into a fine warrior.
I get the feeling we haven't much to teach her.
Go on, brother. Like we talked about. Blow these doors in like a fishing storm.
Okay, we're gonna help them. Well, these aren't breaking.
Excited. You can hear it in my voice.
Oh yeah, shoutouts to skeletons. They exist literally everywhere, in this.
Stand aside.
What is wrong?
The door is not opening.
Use the key.
Ah, yes.
Seriously, guys? Seriously?
Put it.
You're just gonna do this.
Mother's axe. It is inside. Please, stranger, you must get it back for us. Find a way in.
We're just gonna-
Dollar, like I said.
We're just gonna be doing this. Just like that. Okay. Oh, there's a statue of Thor. Okay, well... Can't actually... Oh. Ha. Nice. They just despawned the boxes, keeping us from getting ahead of schedule.
I found a way in!
On the table. Nope. Not here.
I do not see it here.
There are supplies, though. Not that we need them. And a fish. We got a fish. Seriously, guys? Oh, oh, I am on fire. It's not in there. Is it over here? No. Is it over here in the barrels? Nope. Not here.
Focus.
Okay. Okay, check the bags. Nope.
This must be the key to the door.
And they just forgot to put the bloody axe inside the house.
Thick-headed fools.
You guys are dumb.
Which makes you very lucky.
Smart, you mean? I must have taken Mother's axe out of the
You
house, knowing
are...
this fool
I
would forget
so
it.
wish I could kill you.
Left the key in its place. You two are as useful as a glass hammer. I'm leaving.
Okay, well that was a waste of time.
Listen to that drivel, brother. We must enjoy.
Oh no, part
The
1.
world will know us by name soon enough.
Oh no, that said part 1. I'm not here for it. Nope, nope, we're just leaving. Oh, I have skill points. I should assign those, because becoming more overpowered is important. Melee. Stealth, sure, range, okay. Fine. I'm just rushing to advanced assassination so that I can actually stab people a little bit better. Ta-da! All of this stuff. Her voice is a bit weird, yes, I agree. So theoretically, like, the reason why her voice generally sounds weird is that, you know, she kinda got her throat mauled by a wolf as a kid. Which presumably does some damage to your vocal cords. I'm not an expert, but I would assume that that is what happens. And so, like, the voice actress is actually Danish, trying to do a vaguely Icelandic accent, while also trying to say, hey, your throat got mauled.
Best go hooded here.
Quaornrich. What did I get there? I got a piece of titanium, because that's definitely how titanium is formed. It just sits out, doing nothing. Yeah. 100%. Tell me what the freaking thing is so I can tell if I want to waste my time on this. Okay, it's absolutely just wealth. Absolutely just wealth. Nothing worthwhile here. Since it refuses to tell us what it is, we're going to assume it is nothing important. Unlike, you know, the riches I want to get are books of knowledge and equipment. Are really the only two I care about. And yes, it does in fact just hide our future skills. We don't know what we have until we are on our way out. And it doesn't tell us what events we're going to do until we start them. And it doesn't tell us if it's anything actually interesting from a historical perspective or just truly a waste of time. For quite a ways. Oops. Well, you took an arrow to the face. That's awkward. Anyway, probably should have ridden all the way up to them, but that's okay. We can always summon a horse again in a moment. We are, however, going up a hill, which is, you know, enough to indicate that the horses in this game don't seem to really like going up hills, so whatever. I think it's supposed to be just that they clock us as a Viking who's probably not here for friendly, and then therefore says, hey dude, we need to pretend that we're not Norse, but everyone clocks us as Norse anyway, so I'm not really sure what's going on with that. It is generally weird.
Just keep your wits about you. Come,
So we're going to leave behind our Dumbass Brigade Part 2 of Ivar and Oba. And
the truth is, I don't think any of us can stop Ivar from cleaving her head
yes.
open.
And that will happen.
The whole way over here.
He very much wants to just murder her. Luckily, you know, so do we, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'll hold you to that. From what I overheard in Repton, the brothers had an arrangement with Tona.
Yeah, stuff happened here.
Uba used her for man and information. But that relationship soured now that Burgred.
Could you hurry, please? Jesus Christ, so good.
Tona has hunger for two things: soft silver and a stern hump. Neither of which earns you true loyalty.
Oh boy. Truly the most compelling character they could have ever created. Can you hear the sarcasm?
If we can't,
Ivar did tell you to bring your axe.
Yeah, at least, you know, at least this game, when it wants to waste your time with a whole bunch of dialogue, they just have you get on a horse, and then you'll ride to a place and they'll talk the whole way there. Seriously, Sigurd, you're gonna make me do all the heavy lifting? You always make me do all the heavy lifting.
What brings you strolling into my camp this morning?
By the way, one thing that I actually reasonably like about her is the fact that she has no teeth.
The Emperor's on the air betrayed me. And yet, if
because
you are here talking to
nutrient deficiency means that gum disease was probably rampant in the Viking Age, and losing teeth is pretty common.
Perch your ass on my lap?
not interested.
And why not? I've been told I have a rather expert tongue.
Only good for yawping, I see.
Jesus Christ.
Enough blabbering. You know why we're here.
I don't super like this part of the game. I'll be honest.
That is what you want. And what makes you
It is
think I have
not
the slightest
really
idea?
interested.
We found letters, records of trade. The two of you have a history.
What can I say? The king pays well for my services. If only I
Yeah,
could
you know,
say the
that
same
disagrees
for
with what our
those two
stables said. Our stables said
You're
that
dealing with
they
me
paid
now,
quite well.
And I want to know what you know. Name your price.
Very well. I could use another cow. And you can cover the cost.
We could pay 500 gold. Or we could pay half of it.
When Sheolwulf is on the throne, do you think he'll be pleased?
We could
to
pay
use
half
you
of
in
it.
his way?
And then
Doubt
steal
it
it all
at all.
back.
Settle for half that amount, and maybe Sheolwulf's first command won't be for your head on a platter.
You've got stones.
Out with it.
Burgred paid me to steer the Ragnarssons
Ledecestre.
Ledecestre and Temple.
I don't know why they're using a ch sound there. It's not done.
And that is all I know, not more.
Because, you know,
We are done here.
Ledecestre.
Ledestre and Temple Brothford. Do you know these places?
I don't, but the brothers will. I'll bring this.
So we've got some business to do here first, but Ledecestre is the name given to the modern city of Leicester in the 11th century Doomsday Book. I am now welcome in Tonastavir, which is fine, but don't want that guy right next to it. Thank you, please. How you like? Oh, Yoink. Mine now. So, we have some stuff to do. First things first, there should be a key somewhere around here. Thank you. So there is a book of knowledge, and there is a piece of gear in here. As I said, those are the two things of gold that I actually care about. So I need to find the key, and then I need to go steal them. Hey look, there's a hole in our Norse longhouse, which is conveniently large, and just kinda has a thing there. The fires are too small in this longhouse. I don't... Hey, I feel like we've seen this before. Mm-hmm. Especially in this game, you know, when I am not in... When I am just straight up, you know, not an assassin, I'm just a Viking. I never become part of the assassins. So we just kind of roll with it, I guess. Now where is this key supposed to be? Somewhere up here. Please give key. I want it. There's a something there. What is the something here? Yoink. Cool. Good that you seem totally unconcerned about me yoinking keys. Okay. I got the thing, now we can go steal some stuff. Two questions, or two answers to your two questions, Viking Mischief. I don't know. And I don't know. We saw one in Fornburg.
I must be careful.
That is much the same thing. Okay. Restricted area. We got two people there. We could assassinate these two and then bail. Or we could meditate. If we do it at nighttime. No, not what I want to do. Not currently available. Let's leave the restricted area and make that available. And then we shall make it nighttime. And when it is nighttime, we will be able to sneak in somewhat easier. Yeah, that is the ultimate example of the weird things they are doing in the name of... Well, I can chain assassinate without too much hassle. If they are going to be frustrating, I have the power. I don't think that would go super well, but I have the power. I want to wait for him to turn around though before I try doing that. Because I don't know if you can see through the very clear palisade with these obvious gaps in it. I would assume not, but I don't really want to take that risk. Or, you know, him or any of these guys. Anyway. We good. We're in this. Loot. Loot this guy, please. Okay. I should carry them inside. Please carry. Please drop. They're never gonna see, no way in hell they'll ever see these obvious bloodstains. Nope. No way. There we go. We did a stab. Now, I thought I had chain assassination, so I don't know why that didn't work. But that's okay. We can just kind of deal with that. Okay, I've got all the ammo I need, and there's some stuff here. stuff one is this, which gives us a huntsman helm. New helmet, new stupidity, let's equip it. And thing two up here is a book of knowledge. Viking mischief? I don't know. I don't think so. Prehistory is long outside of my ability or expertise, and I didn't think I would. Oh no! Did you guys get ads? Oh, that's. I'm sorry. I appreciate you watching them because the ads, you know, do help give me, you know, small amounts of money, but money. But yeah. It helps me just, you know, be able to keep doing this, making this a thing. Hey, look at how pretty the night sky is there. Okay. So, this happens to actually do something, surprisingly, all of this actually matters. It means, since we robbed Tana and then stole all her other stuff, counts as a betrayal, and so she will attack us later. I'm so worried about that, as you can tell. I care so much about this deep and interesting characterization of a person. What a waste of time. Okay, anyway, we're gonna grab this viewpoint, and then I actually will need to take a very momentary break. Okay, good enough. Horse, I don't have the stamina for you to run up there, so I'm gonna just sprint. Very slowly. Because going up hills is hard. And your game's realistic, so instead of just letting us go up hills at a speed that is fun to play at, we're just gonna not. Just gonna not do that. We're gonna punish you for not staying on our roads. And a random ass chest with random ass stuff. Oh, another skeleton. By the way, gotta say, there is a very weird everything going on with the number of skeletons just floating around the world. A lot of skeletons. Like, for a historical game, not a fantasy game where we have, you know, revenants and other such skeletons running around causing problems. There's an awful lot of skeletons here. We'll talk about that on our way to the next place, but first I need to take a quick ad break for having drank too much tea. And so we are in a BRB. I'll run a 60-second ad break and then probably sit here for a little bit, and then we'll be back for however long it takes, you know? This might be a longer stream than normal because we are not as far into the Ledecestrescire arc as I hoped we would be, but I do want to finish it for the sake of making decent time and not playing this game for the next year. So, probably a long stream today, but that's okay. So, ad break, and then be back in a moment. And we return. as soon as I click into the game. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, skeletons. Like, in freaking every single well in England, apparently someone has fallen in and died. Horse? Please? Senor? Where are you? What is the point of having a call horse button when the horse cannot pathfind? Anyway, we're gonna ride around the town instead of doing stuff. But yeah, ultimately, you know, this is a violation of about a half a dozen rules for, you know, treatment of the dead in a Christian context. Where possible, you know, if someone dies, presumably, you know, his friends would notice, or her friends would notice, and they would go, hey, where is this person? Go hunt them down, and if possible, recover the corpse and then give them a good burial, because not burying people is bad form. If someone fell in a well, you know, they may not actually be a recoverable body. Words are hard. But at the same time, you know, by and large, you'd still try, because as it turns out, if you have a corpse floating in a well, the well is no longer safe to drink from. That should be obvious, but this game appears to not know actually understand that. And so yeah, this is ultimately one of the clearest cases of Dark Ages.
Fort. What do you know about them?
Ledecestrescire is a large village, and Templebroch. It's an old military fort, not much else.
Burgred could be at either one. We should check both as soon as possible.
And what do we do with Tona? I would bet the sweat off my sack she's writing to Burgred now, offering silver for a warning about us.
Let me worry about that.
We should get moving, Drinkit. I can take the fortress of Templebroch.
I will join you, Sigurd.
Okay, so those two are taking on Templebroch.
Ledecestrescire then, all by my fucking lonesome.
Yes, I know, you're salty about it, but like, that gives you free reign to do a murder, right?
Go on ahead. I'll catch up with all of you soon.
Amazing, Dashbox. I have no idea what that switch runs, but I totally believe it, because God forbid we have interesting or creative or thoughtful things when we could do the same thing that has always been done. Anyway, where are we going first? Looks to me suspiciously like we're gonna do all this later, because we can do this after we finish off the kind of Ledecestrescire arc when we're trying to get back to here. But let's go here first. And since I don't think, actually, give me a moment here to find the map to see if there's anything useful in any of these wealth, because if it's all just copper, I'm not going to waste everyone's time here. Because I don't really care about copper at all. And so instead, I want to make sure that we are, you know, using our time well. So, thanks to our lovely interactive maps, we should be able to go... That is Vinland. I did not click on Vinland, I said England. By the way, Vinland's in the game, if you didn't know, spoilers. Okay, that is just a mess of symbols. Where are we? Alcestre, Venonus, there we are. Okay, I see a wealth. I see some stuff in Venonus. I see a wealth. Okay, yep. There is nothing at all interesting here, so we're just gonna go... Bam. Yes! Yes, Viking Mischief. Vinland is in the game. Ireland gets DLC. I don't know either. And Vinland is not the end of the game either. Eivor goes to Finland and doesn't die there. She comes back to England. It's terrible. Anyway, So, we are bouncing over here into Vinland. We are going to zoom in on our map here quick to find some things to steal. Okay, we've got a world event here we're going to do. We've got a drinking contest we're going to do. We've got a couple of golds on the way here that we are going to do. Also, there is an Assassin's Bureau right over here, I believe. So we'll want to make sure we pick up that. However, first we are going to talk to Ivar. And this is a great time since we are focused solely on Ivar mainly, see? This is a great time to talk about the legendary figure as found in the Norse sagas. The longer, later version of the saga is Ragnar's Saga Lothbrokar, the saga of Ragnar Fuzzy Pants. Technical translation there. But Ivar, according to this saga, is born with no bones. Did you do a murder, Ivar? Did you do a murder here? And then throw someone into the river? Come on, my man. So
we would have stormed the place without you.
Ivar is the eldest son of Ragnar and Aslog, though not Ragnar's eldest son, period. His first marriage to Thora produces two sons, Eirik and Agnar. But Aslog says...
No. And if Bergred is hiding here, I won't have to.
There is a lot
says, hey, don't sleep with me for 3 nights after our marriage, otherwise our son will be born with no bones.
Now we are into making...
Ragnar says, I don't care.
No small tension between you two. Thought you'd be more like-minded.
You and Sigurd, you always see eye to eye?
So he's actually born with literally no bones, and so cannot walk. He gets carried around on a shield, freaking everywhere. But his muscles still work. He still is attached to things, so... turns out, legends... it is a legend. He has magic powers. He is held together by magic.
Slipping away again. You stay here and wait for your scout. I'm going in.
So, yeah. He is magic, and so his first, kind of most famous deed, is after his other 3 brothers are born. Fitserker, Björn, Járnsida, Ironside, and Sigurður Ormur í Auga, Sigurður, Snake in the Eye. The King of Sweden kills, whoops. Apparently did a spook you.
Need to find a way inside.
There's a lot of people around there. That's unfortunate. Oh, I'm not gonna do that world event. That world event is terrible. I know what world event that is. No thank you. No thank you. Just no. That is a world event where we have to kill a bunch of snakes and give them to a woman so that she can eat them and get so ill that she farts and scares off some people that were bullying her earlier. An actual world event in an actual game released in 2020. I got nothing. Okay. Fine. My only other option here is to wear a dead animal. I hope you're happy. Yeah, no, I have no answers, only questions. So, you know, like, the skeletons are a case of the Dark Ages posting in this world of saying, you know, these are the Dark Ages, a land where everything is falling apart and everything is terrible and traditions are failing. The skeletons are part of that. However, this is also a video game that thinks it needs to market to the lowest common denominator, and so on top of all of that, it also has incredibly childish humor. Huzzah! You want the pauldron back? Well, thank you for spending all the channel points for me to remind you that the other option is a dead animal pelt. I will, however, change my helm. Not that you can see it right now, but... Yes, as a reminder to everyone watching, firstly, no lurking, please say hi. It's more fun that way. And second, if you have 1200 channel points, you can spend them here in order to change one piece of gear. So if you wanted to make me, say, instead of using a double thing, wanted to make me use a flail, you could do that. You could also make me not do that, and preserve my sanity, but that's okay. Either option is allowable. Oh yeah, by the way, we kinda need to do things sometimes, somehow climb up here, get onto the roof, and then stab a dude. Just quiet like. Hello. Goodbye. Somehow we are supposed to get into this church. Oh yeah, also it's totally fine that we're committing murders because on random soldiers because they're tax collectors and no one likes taxes. I think that's the game's actual logic. Anyway, how do we get in here? We need to get in here somehow. Don't get in that way. Hopefully there's another way in than just walking in the front door. Because I don't really want to just walk in the front door, because that seems dumb. I might not have a choice in the matter, but it seems dumb to walk in the front door. But also, there should be a key around here somewhere, right? Is there a key that I need to get into anything? Is there anything here that I need to get into stuff? No. No, there is not. Okay. World event that I hate. Stuff. Another artifact. And a big wealth. And a secret entrance there. Let's flag that because we need it later. A great sword flail. You did it. You did the thing. There you go. Great sword flail. Okay. Anyway, bye. I don't exist. You can't see me.
What do you see, Sunan?
Search the church. Yeah, I don't know.
Best not to draw attention here.
Okay, we're in just a regular distrust area now. I don't like the stealth in this game. I think it's extremely lazy and not very good. There.
Be tucked up in the fodder.
Yes, I am.
Better keep a lookout.
Bye. Fleoga? You saw that? What do you mean, Fleoga? Fleoga, as it should be incredibly obvious, is our Old English word for run away. It is our verb that is cognate to flee. So, yeah, incredibly stilted speech of just run away, run away. Okay, please, color. I can't see a bloody thing with all this haze. Huh. So this isn't great. This isn't really what I want. Don't know what my options here are besides shoot this guy before he notices me. There's two of them. Dang nabbit.
long the past week. He set off St. Germans Day on the Ridgeway to see his wife. Should have been back by now.
Of course, that's
I could shoot that down, but that will attract attention. And they see me there, and then they don't see me again. Okay, I should be far enough away that I can just climb the wall here. Yeah, they don't actually really notice that I'm here. They just kind of vaguely think I'm here. Got it. We're good. And we are allowed to break these. We can ruin the nice stained glasses, which are like the only bit of color in this entire church, and we are absolutely allowed to just completely ruin them. It's not like they'll notice. Hey, look at that! We don't find anything actually useful for our main quest here, but we do find just stuff. And more, hang on a minute. You're not allowed to do that! You cannot open a sepulcher that is crafted to house a body and put sacks of food in it.
Quite a haul of goods they've hidden away. Crates full of food and supplies. Bergrit's not giving up without a fight.
Ha! That would be better than what we actually have. Instead, they just have the incredibly awkward stilted speech of saying, "Flee, flee," whenever you get attacked, instead of just, you know, running away. That's actually a problem with the game's attempt to say, hello, we are doing Viking things. And are reconstructing this 9th century world. Because, while it is an interesting idea, it is an unfortunate part of the reality here that our corpus for what Old English words we have is kinda not complete at all. And so, you know, people aren't actually speaking the way people do. Hello. Sorry. Sorry, my dude.
God damn this sinner!
My god, amazing gameplay. Truly a magnificent play of just kind of whip the flail around and you go wee, and then it works. I am truly amazed that they can make the combat this bad. Like, I know it's bad, but it's real bad. Anyway, one thing I actually like about this, as you may notice, Ledecestre is a Roman town. It starts out as Roman, and so a lot of the kind of fortifications of the region. Oh, right, that's within the city walls. There's a spot where I can go in and do stuff. But the 9th century city is not the entire set of the Roman walls. Not even close. And so, in fact, a lot of the space of the Roman kind of area is this empty fields where they are doing farming. They have livestock. They are doing all of the stuff that you would expect for farming. That is totally legitimate. And in fact, with London, I know that is pretty much exactly how they are construct the inner walls of this, much of the inner space of the walled city, which, if you've ever been to London, you know is actually not a huge space. but the walled city of London is mostly being used for farming in this time period. It isn't until a little bit later in the 9th century that we are going to see London really built up and expanding beyond the Roman walls. So yeah, we should be back inside. Nope. Where are we? We just left it. Okay. So I want to flag that one because that should be our Assassin's Bureau. Yes. Yes, he did. Unfortunately, you know, they're like, oh yes, we're doing this reconstruction of language, where we are doing such a good job about this thing being how it was, and doing all of that stuff. And then, they say goddamn sinners. Which you might have noticed, not... Yeah, see, why the hell would there be a skeleton just here? So, where are we? Where is it?
Stretch your wings, Sunan.
Okay, there's a thing I can bust there, which makes me assume that that is our target. Oh, wow, you just whiffed. Good job, Eivor. You are amazing at archery. I assume this is our target because we had to drop a thing on our face. But yes, they absolutely, in trying to make... Hey, we found it. In attempting to make the game simultaneously have this reconstruction of language and culture from the period, and then also simultaneously be mature and adult and things, metaplot. They ending up with a really weird contradiction. And that is a problem this game will always have with its reconstruction. In fact, that games will probably always have in general with their reconstruction. Indeed. Aurelius. Okay. Okay. Ta-da. They did a thing. Collect the codex page. Hey, look, it's summarizing origins. Blah 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 philosophy metaplot something. Okay. Also, with the death of Emperor Honorius, all hope of balance in Britannia is lost. We are going to leave. So this is in the 5th century, after Imperial legions left. So sometime in the 5th century, they just bail, and we get a codex page. Not attached to anything, not in a codex, not bound, which is the important defining feature of the codex, but, you know, just a leaf of a manuscript. I am absolutely doubtful about all these scrolls surviving down here. Are you kidding me? Like, there is nothing but doubt. Nope, not this way. Stairs. There are stairs. Hello, stairs. Okay, we're back out. Ta-da! We did the thing. We also got new gloves. I actually quite like these gloves, so I'm actually going to put them on. Because the black leather is just cool. We also got a new bow. It's our second bow in the game, which is a light bow, which means it plays extremely differently for no obvious reason. We got something useless there, and we have more skills. Hello, skills. What can we do with you? Most of these skills, I think, are just going to be kind of pointless, but that's okay. We can get the spear one since we're using that a lot, apparently. And then we're looking for that adrenaline upgrade. The Hidden One's armor is actually one of the coolest sets in this game, so it's a shame that it's a pain in the ass to find them all, because you have to be able, you can't complete it until Jorvik? Is that the last one? Or is there one later than that? Oh, Winchester, I think, is... There's actually one there that we can't do anything about. Oh, good. It finally revealed itself to us. And it revealed itself to us to be a waste of time. Oh, yeah. Blink. This is what I mean with the light bow plays differently. If you've seen that historical archery Danish guy who does like trick shooting all the time, the light bow is just that, which is a style that, you know, probably exists, but is not the, by no means the only or dominant style of archery, and he's not uncovered some grand secret of anything. He just does trick shooting. Anyway, let's see if I can be less bad about this. Hey, cool. She gotta do something remotely cool for a change. Instead of Eivor being just very bad at chasing things down. Like, it's amazing how, with how much they wanted to focus on this parkour, it's amazing how bad they made it. But we got a tattoo design anyway. What do we get off of this? How bad is it? What are we looking at? Give me the pain. Vikingologist. Oh boy. I feel so good about that. Okay, drinking contest. Where is drinking contest? I am not being at all efficient about this. Oh. My dude. Wow. I just like touched you with it. Ta-da! I just like touched him with the flail and his shield exploded. You know, if this game is our target for our kind of a big point of how shields work, then my god, it's a miracle anyone survived. By the way, though, in the marketplace in the town of Leicester. This looks like a marketplace, doesn't it? Do you think this counts as a marketplace? Jesus, that flail is about my reaction to everything. Yup. Well, none of those guys. None of these guys. Come on, my man. Show up. I want to stab you. Let's see if we can just track him. Can we just track target? Mark target. Thank you.
Show me what lies ahead.
Now, do we have a marked target in here right now? No. Still no. Not even a little bit? Dang. Okay, if we check on our map, is there a marked target? There is not a marked target. He seems to not be here right now. Because for some reason... I don't seem to actually be able to mark him. Yeah, so he's just not here right now. Okay, let's finish up our main story then. And then we will come back and we'll, you know, pay attention to the meta plots, because if we don't pay attention to the meta plot, we don't get Finland. Exactly. You know, everyone's shields break easily except for ours. Ours are made of titanium, which we can just find randomly around the world.
We're to secure our food stores first. Leo Fritz orders.
Leo Fritz orders? Bah. The king's grown tired of him, you know. That's what all the men are saying.
Tired? How do you mean?
Are you blind? He questions Burgred's orders every chance he gets. Has done ever since the Danes showed up.
Uh-huh. Did I mention that this game really doesn't like Burgred? Because this game really, really doesn't like Burgred. Ah crap, he's about to notice me.
You're going down.
This game really doesn't like Leofrith. Like, Leofrith seems to have been fine as king. Obviously, there's probably internal strife that contributes to his deposition and exile to Rome, but my god, the game does him no favors. Burgred is the king we saw in Tamworth. He's the current king of Mercia, and the guy we are actively in the middle of deposing. Oh, by the way, do you want to take bets as to who is the scout that Ivar sent?
Jailbeth.
He is best boy.
Have you lost your mind?
I feared you were one of them.
Keep quiet. What are you doing here?
I was looking for Burgred.
You are Ivar's scout.
I hoped I might find Burgred myself and talk him into surrendering. But he's not in Ledecestrescire.
His armor is, by the way, complete nonsense. It's overlapping. It's like
it seems they're only
looks like it's a leather lorica to me. But no.
Gave orders to send more men to Burgred's wife.
No to any of that.
She's in
I like his sword though. His sword is excellent.
The sounds of battle.
Let's get you out of here now.
I've got a problem.
Where are you going?
I know my way around. We'll go through the market. This way.
Fine. We're going through the market. That's fine, but Ivar appears to have gotten impatient, and that's bad for everyone. So, we did not talk a lot about our legendary Ivar. But his first... I got totally distracted in that thought. To continue Ragnar Saga and its summary.
They're everywhere.
Stay close to me.
What do I do?
Fight, man, fight.
I'm a god. I'm a god at combat. Look at how good I am. And then we can just dive with the Valkyries to get full strength again. And then continue spinning. Spin to win. Spin to win. Spin to win. This is the dumbest thing I have ever seen. This is the dumbest thing I have ever seen. Oh my god, that is Gazician. Chilbert made the distinction, but they said that most people aren't making it. And that's historically correct. So
I don't think so. My god. I didn't want it to come to this.
The term Danish tongue, meaning the Danish language, is used for all Norse languages in, like, Raugaus from the 12th century. So he is,
Lord our Father, grant me salvation.
This seems to not be the case that the Norse people are consistently distinguishing between Norwegian and Danish in their language. As a nationality, we are starting to see more distinction of Denmark as a place in the 9th century, whereas Norway as a place in the 9th century. And then, certainly, by the 10th century, we're seeing them making a political distinction, though not always a linguistic distinction. English sources, however, do not distinguish at all. They are either Danes, they are Northmen, or they are heathens, all used interchangeably.
We have corpses to loot.
Bergrit's lady Athelstwith is in Templebroch. I'm going to find out
But yeah,
what she knows.
so Ivar, as we're going, Ivar's first great success, or certainly my favorite great success, is, as I said, his older half-brothers are...
Pile the soldiers here. Let these people bear witness to the carnage that...
So, his older half-brothers are killed by the King of Sweden. In revenge, his mother, Austlaug, goads the brothers into taking revenge, and then the solution there is to go attack the King of Sweden. Problem is, the King of Sweden has an unstoppable demonic cow that he sacrifices to, named Sybil, as in the Roman CRS of the Sibylline prophecies. It's just a Roman borrowing, don't worry about it. So... Woof. That poppin'. So, Ivar's solution here is not to worry about that at all, and instead says to the his brothers and to his army, don't worry about it. And when Sybil comes out onto the battlefield and starts scaring everyone with her bellowing, Ivar first has them cheer and bang their shields to drown it out, and Sybil starts being louder. Ivar's solution then is to have his men throw him off his shield. He goes soaring through the air an impossibly far distance as if he was light as a feather, and then drops like a rock, and like the rock, gives Sybil the people's elbow and just kills her instantly. The Ragnarssons then win the battle and avenge their half-brothers, and everyone is happy? Question mark. Then the Ragnarssons, led by Ivar and Bjorn Ironside, go off and go raiding in the Holy Roman Empire, and get as far as Luna in Italy, when a actual ghost appears before them, or at least what it is said to be is that a pilgrim appears before them, who was wearing a pair of iron shoes around his neck and a different pair of iron shoes right here. Oh, by the way, I actually want to fast travel to right here. The reason why I want to fast travel to right here is that this should reset everything and make the town go back to normal instead of slaughtered. And with it back to normal, we will be able to go to the market here, hopefully, and find our, our Templar that we are attempting to kill. Because there is a Templar. He exists. He's around. Well, that's not him, is it? Maybe it is. It is! We found him! See? Yes, he did in fact pull a Gimli.
Have worn thin. I am no longer the reed among shields, the glimmer blood, the hallowed skull crack.
The scourge of Swan Roads.
The iron throng. The lender of silver gelds. I only wish to be a...
Yeah, so, this guy, Hunta, son of Hunta, by the way, English spelling to his names.
With a poem on your lips.
English spellings to his names. Got recruited by the Order of Ancients, and then we murdered him. Just because we gotta do it somehow, somewhen. But yeah. So, here's some fun things with the raid on Luna. The raid on Luna that we just had described. Oh look, a fellow soldier of Christ. The actual poor fellow soldier of Christ. The actual like name the Templars use for themselves. Neat. Anywho. So we are we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna go here, and go here. And then we'll probably go to the coast, call our ship, do a raid. And then we'll head up here. That all sounds reasonable. Okay. The raid on Luna, described in Ragnar Saga, actually happened. Oh wait, I need to not go this way. I can't cross the river if I want to be okay. This raid on Luna, was led by Bjorn Ironside, the historical figure, not the legendary one, and Halstein. And they may have thought it was Rome, and then sacked the wrong city. But they did sack a city, to quite great effect, so good on them. But yeah. It gets interpreted later on as a... Oh right, these are the punching nuns. Hello. Hello, punching nuns. You will be appreciated. This is an amusing world event, so we're gonna do it, but it is just punching nuns. Hello.
Don't you know it's forbidden to consort like this
Okay.
under God's roof?
Take what you want, heathen. Just
So,
leave us be.
meanwhile, having raided in the Holy Roman Empire and made it all the way to Italy and achieved great renown, their father, Ragnar Lothbrok, more on him in a moment, gets jealous of them and says, I'm going to invade England with 2 whole ships. His wife says, this is probably not a good idea.
3 sisters of the cloth. What is your plan? You gonna bore them with Bible passages until they give it back?
Do not be afraid or discouraged.
And with this being definite bad idea,
it just may work. Or better yet, I can
they
get
are
your crozier
instead,
back.
Ragnar says, nope, I'm definitely going to do this, and so Auslag gives him a
Lead the way.
woven shirt that will magically protect him from all harm. So he goes, and he loses the fight because turns out 2 ships is not a lot, and Allah says, who are you? I want to ransom you. And Ragnar's like, nope, not going to say it. You better not be related to Ragnar Lothbrok. Nope, not going to say it. Alright, throw him into the pit of vipers.
Makes no difference.
And the vipers can't get through the shirt, so they pull him out of the pit of vipers. They take off his shirt, they throw him back in the pit of vipers, and then he speaks a poem and dies. The poem is Kraukumal, which specifically is the speech of Krauka, another name for Auslag. The poem actually dates from the Orkneys from the 12th century.
Has my crozier.
So... it whiffed. Fine. Gonna do it this way. Hello? My guy? My guy, what are you doing?
The Abbess's crozier should be somewhere in this camp.
Well, they're going in, so we're going in. Ow. You can't stop me. I have the power of spins. Jesus Christ, this weapon is stupid. I hate this weapon so much. Also, yeah, by the way, punching nuns. I did mention them. They are punching.
I'll say you're welcome. Join
Yes, that is where that is definitely that is one of the lines in Kraukamau. How the piglets will squeal when they hear how the boar was injured. And so Alla hears that poem and goes, "Well, shit, that was Ragnar. We're screwed. Send a messenger to Denmark and say,
You're unlike any sisters I have seen. Bare-fisting armed men like that.
I can do all things through him who strengthens me.
I can see that.
Take matters into our own hands.
Punching nuns. Anyway, so he sends a messenger to Denmark, and Sigurður is playing Taft, a board game similar to chess, and he grips the pieces so hard his hand starts bleeding. And Bjorn is sharpening a spear, and he crushes the spear haft in his grip because he's so angry. Ivar sits there and is just super calm and goes, huh. Turns pale when he hears about the snakes, and then goes, well, brothers, don't kill the messengers. Don't do that. It's... Oh no. Oh no. Wolves. Fine, we'll pull up the punching gun. I've got nothing. This is a weird world event. But anyway, so Ivar says, hey, brothers, I know you want to kill the messengers. Don't kill the messengers. It's bad for them. Here's a gift. Go back to Alla. Tell him we've got it. And when they go back and they tell Alla, he's like, well, either Ivar is going to ruin me or we're going to be fine.
Sisters, gather around. Let us pray to the Lord our God and thank him for watching over us.
Dashbox, that was not the lag. That was not the lag. That was just what happened. But yeah, so Ivar then, according to Ragnar Saga, as his brothers are like, no, we are going to go to Northumbria, we're going to kill Ella, and we shall avenge our father. He's like, I don't think I will. And so he just refuses. He refuses to raise his army from his territories, and refuses to basically, yeah, say or do. Okay, y'all just decide to dance now. Have fun. Refuse to say or do basically anything with that, and just says, yeah, I'll come along with my ship, but that's it. And so his brothers get their asses handed to them by Ella's army. And Ivar then approaches Ella and says, hey, you know, I totally get it, my father was a dumbass, and so, I want to make peace with you. And I just want some land. And so the saga author rips off the Aeneid and the founding of Carthage, because Alla says, hey, you can have as much land as you can cover with a single oxhide. And so he stretches it out twice, and then he cuts it in half, and he cuts it into thin strips after it's been cut in half. Cut in half so that the skin and the hair are two separate parts. And then surrounds an area with that and says, okay, that's my land. And the saga author says, that is London. Ignoring the fact that London is a, is a Roman city that was in place long before Ivar ever lived. And he says that. The Shorner saga, the author of Ragnarssons, says, you know, that's ridiculous. He founded York. Also a Roman city. Also well established long before this period. Whoops. There was an attempt. So Ivar then takes all of his wealth that he received over the past however many years of raiding, and his new territory, and says, okay, that's pretty cool. I'm going to pay off literally all of the thanes of Northumbria, and then invite my brothers back. And having paid off all of the thanes, there is no army, there is no Northumbrian army, and so Alla is captured, and Ivar tortures him to death using what both things call the Blood Eagle.
Come.
The Blood Eagle is mysterious.
Hold my hand.
Could you not?
There you
please?
I've never been so high.
Your father brought me
Okay,
here long
stay
ago.
put. Thank
We
you.
were just 19 winters. Together we stacked stones into cairns.
These?
Yes. Think of this as a test of mind and wit.
Yes.
Stack the cairn stones high and wide into any shape you like.
How do I win?
Is that gonna be enough, or is that gonna not? That's not gonna hold.
Is your reward.
Boo.
Let the air and
Fine.
nature's beauty
Can I
soothe
validate that? 3 stones. Fine. Good enough. But yeah. The Blood Eagle. The Blood Eagle occupies a shit ton of cultural Nice cairn in it. My god, the cairn is glued in place. The cairn is glued in place. Quick, spin to win. Nope. No spin to wins here. Okay. So, for how much cultural force it occupies, the Blood Eagle didn't exist. Or, let me revise that. The Blood Eagle of the form it is described in the Fouter of Ragnarssons, in which you cut the skin away from the back, and then you take a look and you get down to the coast. And then you cut everything away from the ribs, you cut them open, you rip the whole back open, and you pull the lungs out so they look like wings. That's not... No. Stop. It is medically possible for that to work. The person will die of exsanguination and asphyxiation at the same time within a minute. Also, in order to do it, you would need to use a spear. Kind of barbed spear in order to rip away all the muscles in the back at the same go. It is medically possible. This is not... No. I do not think that this is a thing that happened. And I don't think medically impossible is really a terribly ringing endorsement of its existence. But the Ragnar Saga, as opposed to Ragnarssons Fouter, says that what it instead is that he got a man skilled in wood carving. Is that actually our raid right here? It is. Awesome. He got a man skilled in wood carving to come and carve the shape of an eagle into his back so that the eagle was reddened with blood. So in other words, taking a chisel and actually carving it, some kind of stylized eagle into his back. This is still an incredibly painful bit of torture. Like, let's be clear, extremely painful bit of everything. And he would have died in great agony if this was what actually happened instead of him dying in battle. But what should be clear from it is that our interpretation of Ivar as kind of a guy who really is into needlessly brutal torture should still hold true across our Norse corpus and kind of everything else that's going on. Oh yeah, by the way, you guys, we'd probably be trying to knock you guys out to enslave you, not just letting you run away, but that's okay. We don't need to make a big deal of that. Hey! Dog did one useful thing. Literally the only useful thing. Oh, we got a change. We're changing our gear. We're going spear. And shield. We're going full Carolingian these days. Thank God we're off the flail. And Dash Fox. Yes and no. We have a lot of kind of oblique borrowings from myths. Ragnarssons does it, or sorry, from classical literature. Ragnarssons does it more than most. Having both Sybil be a name happily stolen, and also having yeah, right. You seem to have a wealth on you. Nay. Go through the window. Go through the window. My God. Eivor. Seriously? Why are you like this? What is the point of letting me break windows if you won't let me climb through the window? There we go. Oh, by the way, this guy has an iron shield, and so therefore we can't actually do anything about him, except this. Except for that, which is incredibly overpowered. Change the shield into being the flail again. Okay, you guys can't let me have fun. And look, the punching nuns that we saw earlier got displaced from their abbey by Burgred's men. And that's why there are soldiers inside the abbey, because that's totally how that works, and a thing that would happen, and definitely not violation of several parts of Mercian. So, in the 9th century, and all throughout, in fact, the Middle Ages, I'm confident extending it that far, it is a big deal to be supporting the church, because the church is pretty cool. And you don't like... What? Is there something up here? Why is there a... Oh, is it straight down? It's straight down. Why is that? What is underground? Why is underground? Fine, we'll bomb a wall with our definitely bombs. Or sorry, definitely not bombs, just ask them. Clearly not bombs. Uh-huh.
Give me a hand.
Oh, I think we might have one. And quick answering that question before I come back to... Seriously?
Hey, can't do this alone.
My dude. Hello? How long will we wait for the AI to realize what they're trying to do? How long will we wait? Wanna take bets? Will they ever figure it out?
Hey, come here a moment.
Will they ever learn? Relying on 2 people to complete a raid, one of whom is an AI, is the worst idea this game has ever had, and it has quite a few bad ideas. So we're just gonna have to leave. We're gonna make everyone chase us. Indeed, who needs enemies when you have friends? Okay, the squad is left. The squad is left. The squad shall now re-enter. And we shall try this again with this huge fancy gold thing.
Help me out here.
They figured it out. Praise be. Okay. We appreciate those 60 raw materials, though we don't appreciate the design that lead us there. Anyway. So, plagiarism in the Middle Ages is not a thing because the idea of authorship is not a thing. Modeling your stuff explicitly or implicitly on classical authority is just good form. Using classical models is just doing it right. And is not something that you can or should need to be ashamed of. By the way, I'm just going to upgrade this because I have a bad feeling that you guys are going to make me use it a lot and I need to actually, like, upgrade it so it's useful. Anyway, there is something else I want to talk about this, because I actually like this. But I've got a few other things to talk about first. So, the idea of a king displacing the inhabitants of a church in order to requisition it for military purposes is absolutely inconceivable for the 9th century. Like, a thing you do not do, because that is the surefire way to piss off God. Guess what happens if you piss off God? Hint, he sends Vikings at you. That is the usual interpretation of Vikings, most clearly attested by Alcuin of York. And, yeah. Bad plan. Peter, you know, I didn't know that. I despise that. Anyway, though, this cross I like. This is a genuinely 10th century English style. I think it was still used in the 9th century. I'm not 100% confident. The clearest example of this, if you make it a lot taller, is the Gosforth cross. The Gosforth cross is super freaking cool. Put bluntly. The reason it is so dang cool is that it has a mix of Christian and pagan iconography on it, to the point where it shows scenes from Ragnarok. It shows Fenrir eating Odin. It potentially shows Loki being bound and protected by Sigyn. And it shows a few other scenes. It also shows Thor fishing up the Midgardsormr, or the monster Jörmungandr, from Hymiskvida, also attested on like the Altoona runestone from Sweden. And so it's one of our dang coolest things, and it is in exactly that visual design that we saw on the crosses in that abbey's graveyard. So it's cool. I like it. This game does good things once in a while. Actually, this game does about equal numbers of interesting and bad things. Because another example of an interesting thing, while we are looking at Ubba and Sigurd here, the description of Ivar this game goes for reminds me a lot of the legendary Ragnar Lothbrok. As I said, Ragnar supposedly gets really jealous of his son's increasing glory.
I heard as much from Ceolbert in Ledecestrescire.
Ceolbert? What was he doing there? Ivar.
Too long a tale for now, but he's fine. I send him to Repton. What's the plan here?
It won't be long before someone comes looking for these men. We need to get inside and find Adolf's.
Okay, plot. But yeah, Ragnar gets jealous of his sons and attempting to reclaim his earlier glory and surpass his son's increasing glory. He makes a bad decision. Ivar here does the same thing, trying to reclaim his glories, which kind of culminate in the slaughter of Saint Edmund in 870.
The Saxons won't
And also, you know, being King of the Irish alongside Oliver the White, or at least the King of Dublin, I should say.
Ah, Eivor. I have dreamt of this day.
Of scouring the Shire in search of a king.
Of going a Vikingur. With you. With our brothers and sisters.
Thor lends me strength.
Sure. We just eat random mushrooms. It's fine.
Across a new land, so be it. I am right where I wish to be.
As am I, brother.
Also, you know, Sigurd still seems cool and interested in, you know, being nice to us and stuff. Shame about that. Oh boy. A whole giant ruined fortress with crenellations that can't decide if it's Roman or 13th century. Everyone ready? It's supposed to be Roman. So I could raid the place. That's an option. I could also not do that. What do you think? Should we do this stealthily, or the other option? I'm trying to get all the way out here, just along the coast first, because there's I believe it's not wealth. I think it's actually, yeah, it's actually equipment in here. I've got a vote for stealth. Fancy. If I'm trying to do stealth, I should probably be looking at... stealth. It's true, it's not like there's any risk to stealth failing, because Lord knows our crew is not the useful... Lord knows our crew is not the reason we succeed at anything we do. Okay. Indeed. Puns. Good puns, but puns. Okay. Anywho. Let's take a look at this whole place. Oh, this place is huge. And actually a raid here would be difficult. Mostly on the grounds of all the ballasty, as we would come in the front doors. Like, if we try and come in the front doors there, we would be getting shot at. This way we can just kind of sneak through. Take a look at what we've got. Oh, by the way, shouts to the Templar in the background. The Great Helm is obviously not from this period, but at the same time, is a good visual identifier of crusading times and therefore the Templars. Also, shoutouts to these colossal statues of presumably Mars. I don't know who else they'd be, but looks very like typically warrior contrapposto Roman statuary, just on a scale of a little bit too tall. Okay, a lot a bit too tall. So, somewhere in here, all sorts of stuff. Also, people are supposed to be around here. So there's some money. Don't care about that. Let's take a look what's up this way. Let me see what is up this way. since we're working our way there, let me see. You know, there we go. More money and a book of knowledge. That's the one I actually care about. The rest of this stuff, who cares? Like, honestly, who cares? Like, I could get a copper ingot off of just doing that. Or I could, you know, not do that, save ourselves some time, and be able to buy infinite ones of them in a little bit. It's not like this game is hard. But if this guy's going to be around, then, you know, we'll... Who saw me? Oh, you did. Fine. Should be out of combat now. Yeah. Easy enough. So let's see.
Sunan, guide me.
Let's take a look at how we're supposed to get into places. Not that way. Okay, there's the front door. Game? Okay, game got confused. So, where are we going? We're going down here. I'm not super confident with how we're gonna, you know... I should switch to the hunter's bow here. This one is actually kind of just a needed practicality. Of I need that one shot. Who? Who the hell saw me? Everyone, apparently. Apparently everyone saw me, so that sucks. Aw. Let me flail. Again, one hit with a flail just whomps everyone. Okay. Flail, flail, flail. Stop. My god, this is a dumb weapon. Bye. Don't know. Oh, the archer's over there. Okay, a lot of archers here. Gotta say, did do the great. Oh god, what the hell? Hello? What a target. What a target. Good job, game. Didn't hit any of the guy standing right next to me because I was... You apparently thought I wanted to hit the guy on the other side of the building. Or reality. Oh good. That's my solution. I don't get to kill him, but I can just, you know... Oh gosh. With that, let's lock onto him, do this not bad. And kill him again. Voila. Problem solved. Problem continues to be solved with the power of spins. Spin to win! This is absurd. This is the most obscene bit of combat I've seen in a long time. I mean, they're just so good. Like, who signed off on the flails being this unbalanced? But look, I'm building adrenaline every time I hit someone. And this is something that just does a lot of damage, instantly breaks shields, and then happens to also do a lot of adrenaline. Like, the only downside is a slow wind-up at the beginning, and that's hardly a downside, given how aggressively slowly everyone else moves. So... Oh, Sigurd is just doing stuff, isn't he? Suppose I should actually help him. Wait, what? That's... when did we fall out of combat? Like, I guess the... No, it doesn't even... It's not... Oh. Hello? Okay, this is a game. There is a game. Axe and Shield. Sanity. Thank goodness. An axe. And a shield. Raptorus, that is a very good thought. I think that is absolutely a reasonable comparison point. Because it is a stereotype of a certain sort of behavior. And assigning a often fictional constructed mentality, created for specific political ideologies in the modern period, and saying that that is the way things were. That is the thing people believed in. That is the thing everyone believed in. And then going, yeah, we totally...
Go, my eyes.
Okay, but like, where's our front door? It's not there. That one doesn't let us in. There we go. I see a shiny green. Ow.
Out! Damn you!
Ow. Sigurd! Oh gosh. Well-programmed game with no problems here. I didn't even know Sigurd could get knocked down, but the lighting himself... The getting lit on fire because the game can't program a running jump. That doesn't absolutely suck.
Soldiers' barracks. Others with might be here.
Is a good moment. Anyway, let's... Let's do this. This is supposed to be attacking onto people. That's supposed to be doing a thing, and it's not. This is supposed to be putting marks on people that says, hey, we're gonna murder your face. So I'm gonna try this anyway. Oh good, it worked, almost. Not correctly, but it did almost work. Whatever. Not important. And break that, we can stomp his face in, and then back to our hammer bowl. Ow. Didn't have to do that, you know. Okay. Anywho, book of knowledge. Got it. Piercing Shot, which lets us shoot through walls. I have literally never used that ability. I have no idea if it's any good. Also, we found our target. Hello. Clearly our target.
Scurry. Lady Avenswith, I see
So,
Burgred has done his best to hide you away.
in this scene, we actually have a saga trope.
Let my handmaidens walk free of this place. They have nothing to do with our quarrel.
Wherein a rich woman and a poor woman switch clothing, an attempt to kind of make it all.
We seek only your king, lady. Tell us where Burgred hides, and we will leave without an ounce of blood spilled.
Please, I don't know.
Effective, Sigurd.
She is only naive to her present danger, but she will soon understand.
Hey, look.
Wait. Those are the hands of one who washes linens. A servant.
Yep, and something gives it away.
It's a decoy.
Yep, and so it immediately gives it away. But this is a very common saga trope wherein the handmaiden and the lady switch clothing, and then something gives them away. In one version, I don't remember what saga it's from, but the distinction is... Oh, need to get outside the walls first. The distinction of relevance is... Well... We'll chase her down, no problem. Is that asks, how do you know to wake up in the morning? And one of them answers that they have a that they had a ring that grew up, or that grew cold when it was close to dawn, and that was when it grew cold. It woke them up, and that's how they identified where they needed to go. That was what the servant answered, supposedly. Oh right, the horse can't swim yet. Awkward. The supposedly noble lady answered, "My lady, I'm afraid you're about to drown if you continue doing that."
Try to flank!
Stay away from me!
Keep the rat busy!
My husband will send you all to hell.
There we go. Hey look, we get a good look at these skirmishers and how terrible they are.
Stop what you are doing at once.
Spread out! We have this! Come, brothers! Let's end this!
Put your hands on me.
Yeah. Shut up. I don't care. I'm easy enough fight. Anyway, the supposed noble lady answers that, her father fed her a certain dish each night, that would tell her to wake up, and it's very much a poor person's answer, just like, oats. It was like a dish made out of oats, and by getting hungry at a certain time, she learned to wake up, and then that identifies, oh look, guess what, the servant probably actually can't how can a servant afford a gold ring? An excellent question, and so yeah, that gave everyone away. That's not the only version of it. Let's see. I think it's in Volsunga Saga actually that happens.
Keep your hands off me, pagan!
So
Have you lost your sense of hospitality?
I
regret asking.
Nope, not what I wanted to do.
I demand it.
After what you put me through, I would have to be mad.
Do you understand what you're doing, pagan?
Uh-huh.
I am the Lady of Mercia.
Uh-huh. You're also on the back of a horse and are just glued there.
You're
So
wasting
don't worry
your
about
time. I won't talk. Not to you, not to any of you barbarians.
You may
Okay.
reconsider, if only for your people. For who knows how many more
it.
might
We'll ride
die
over
at
to the
hands of
bridge
us
because it's faster.
barbarians.
You don't frighten me.
Then you are a fool.
Hey, not the map marker. I need to actually remove all the map markers here. They're all useless. So I want to go follow road. Follow road. It doesn't actually let me go to my quest objective yet. Okay. Well, we'll follow the road for a moment anyway. And then we'll follow the road again. And that takes us back where we're supposed to go. So, yeah, anyway, I realized it's in Volsunga Saga where that story takes place. And it's after Sigmundur is killed. It's Sigmundur's wife that switches places with a handmaid in order to do that. And so Sigurdur is... It's to the king that becomes Sigurdur's foster father. That she tells this disguise, and he sees through it in about 45 seconds flat. And yes, she is absolutely just glued to this horse's back, which is a good convenience. Like, I don't actually want to have to bind them to the horse, but at the same time, ugh.
Lady Otherswith, you have seen better days.
And we have finally made it here.
Your soul, heathen.
So we're gonna need to keep going for a while because we've actually got a lot of places to get to yet within this story. We've got one more part of the arc. Well, two more parts of the arc.
The brave one,
Venonus capturing Burkred, and then the final fight.
If she has so much as a scratch on her,
I will inform Ceolwulf. He might have some ideas on how to get through to her.
I will meet you there.
So we will keep going. It'll probably take another hour for us to do it, but that's okay.
We've got what we need. Let them go.
Also, let's just enjoy that helmet. Like, I never talked about this helmet, but let's take a look at that helmet. Isn't it beautiful? Because that's how you mark that you're a hunter. You just strap bits of bone to your helmet. It's atrocious, I despise it. But we can also put on the cloak. Which is truly the dead animal pelt approach to cloaks.
Thank you, friend.
Yes, thank you. I have realized, in the freeing prisoners, they do not actually distinguish between whether the prisoners are supposed to be friendly to you or not, because they will always call you a friend when you... I thought I grabbed those. I must have missed two. Oh well. I don't really care. Viking Mischief, you ask a good question. Why does it need a steel helm with a nasal guard of a style that's... By the way, the helmet's style is most obviously 11th century. Kind of a Norman nasal guard helm, too. So, on top of it being utterly absurd, it's utterly absurd for another reason, too. So that's where we're at, just kind of with everything. Well, that is what we've got to deal with. Anyway, where are we going? We must be going to the... I thought we were going to the Longhouse. Are we above the Longhouse right now? No, Ceolwulf must just be down here somewhere. Okay. Oh, the front gates. Yeah. Okay. Right, because she's not being kept in the Longhouse right now. For some reason. Hey, Elsie Nielsen, you know, with some of the rabbits in this game, namely the legendary rabbit of Lincolnshire, that's a legitimate risk. It does have big, sharp, pointy teeth. I'm pretty sure that legendary hunt is well and truly a Monty Python reference.
Your turn. She won't talk to me.
So, yeah, there is actually a legendary fight against the bunny rabbit. I wonder if I can find it. They mark some of them. There's a dog. That's not it. It's not over here. That's not it. That's a pig. That's not it. That's not it. None of these are it. They show some significant locations just around. There's a bear here in Wales. Apparently there's bears in Wales. Corpse-eating wolves. A cow. A dragon. They actually don't show anything in Essex. Different shot. If Svartur. Is that supposed to be? I don't remember what that second to last rune is. Is Svarta? Is Svarta A something R? I am not good at runes. That will be a long ways away, but we will get there. Nay, stop it. I need a new tab, please. Thank you. Younger Futhark, please. I do not have my runic alphabet memorized. I'm getting better at it. I'm working on it. I'll be good at runes by the end of this game. But I don't remember what the last one is. Oh, that's a K. Okay. AKR. Isvartur Akur. So that says the black field, not the black dog. Okay. Sure. Whatever. But yeah, that'll be a long ways away. Anyway, let's stop wasting time and do plot.
You've exhausted my friend Abba here, but I'm wide awake. Maybe tell me where Birgit's hiding and let him rest happy.
Never.
Stone-faced and tight-lipped, all for a king who hides like a cowardly vole. Too scared to protect his family and his people.
Oh, is that a chalk drawing? That makes me sad.
Thirsty?
Petra.
My husband does what he must.
Petra talks about there being a ginormous rabbit. I hope that there is a ginormous rabbit. It would be sad if there is not actually a ginormous rabbit. I have not gone all that far into the game, so.
Give that traitor Ceolwulf my message. He may win this earthly battle, but the devil has won the war for his soul.
Okay, sure. I mean, if we're accepting,
He stabbed you in the back. True. But the people of Mercia
that's kind of accepting the Alfred's Life of Edmund, or that, you know, there and Asser and Alcuin of York, and a bunch of other people actually, that the Vikings are a sign of God's wrath, and in fact are devilish, united through the devil, and anyone who allies with him, with them, must also be the devil. Obviously, historical reality doesn't line up with that, but it is a cool place of showing an existent current of elite early English culture and theological commentary.
Yes, goodly Leofrith. He will die defending his king.
Yeah, that's the problem. We don't want him to do that.
More of you to hell.
Eivor, your ladyship, do not mind me. Only here to count my spoils.
Ivar, Ivar, my dude. My dude.
Pigs have to eat, my lady. The trouble is, it takes a lot to sate their hunger. Only a matter of time before they finish those and sniff around for fresher meat.
And the smell of pig shit after this? Ooh.
So, this is showing,
Get me out of here! Please!
Talk now, and we'll draw you a nice warm bath.
You are asking me to betray my husband. How can I do that?
If you don't, you will betray countless others. In legend, you may be remembered as the king and queen who abandoned their kingdom in its darkest hour. But there will be peace.
Turns out pigs are horrifying. I think that's the lesson to take away from this, is that pigs are horrifying creatures.
You have my word.
Does the caged bird sing?
Hey, Maya Angelou references. Good literature.
Where the Alni and Era rivers join.
A crypt. Now tell me.
Also, Dickinson before that.
It's a long way to carry a king.
Clearly not a Norse reference.
The three of you must
Contempt
clear a path back
modern
to
English
Tamworth.
literature.
Where can we meet?
Bring him to the bridge at Venonus. It's a
All
straight
right.
line through. We'll deal with any trouble there.
So.
The heads were a nice touch. I'm not one for spectacle.
That pig did phase through Eivor, don't worry about it. This game is not well programmed.
That's just me.
He is just 115% spectacle. Anyway, we're going to Venonus, which is here. And we might get in trouble on the way. So, let's mark that. Let's get going, because we've got a lot of things to do, and not a lot of time to do it. Ah, crap. Screw that up. Well, making turns is hard. Right, because at this point... Actually, what does it say our quest marker is? It doesn't say. Okay. It's just giving me a place. That's fine. Let's go. Yeah. Pigs are horrifying creatures all around. Oh gosh, not what I wanted to do. Dang it, Eivor. We might end up running into a Templar on the way, by the way. That is a very real risk. As we're heading into these Roman ruins. And this is a good time where we can actually talk about the legacy of Rome. Because this game is freaking obsessed with Rome. To a rather comical extent, it is just utterly obsessed with the idea of Rome. And so, for the sake, basically they were like, hey, you know, the churches don't give us enough things to climb that feel satisfying. So you know what our totally reasonable solution is? Scale up every Roman ruin we put in the game. Well, Venonus is a real place. They scale up the ruins to an absurd extent. Like, this is actually taller than what Roman columns can handle. So, also the... Okay, up there. Like, there it is. Like, so you can't build something this big, and the amount of marble that you had to import in order to try and make it happen is actually insane. So it is breaking every kind of rule of history, architecture, everything. For reasons. And in turn, it means everyone is kind of obsessed, especially on the Templar assassin side, in the meta plot. They are just utterly, totally convinced of kind of Rome as this super meaningful place.
Cast about this.
Oh yes, truly the most hidden of hidden entrances. And another skeleton. Because of course there are. Because people forgot how to do burials in sometime in the 8th century. But yeah, I still don't know why this game is so convinced that Rome needs to be like the centerpiece of reality. Ow.
Too hot.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on. Because yeah, you are correct in noticing, that, you know, this is, well, in a very mixed, it's a mixed condition, of kind of how things are doing in this time period. Hey, please get off of the wall. It's an extremely mixed bag, as to whether it just can't decide whether, like, Roman ruins are pristine, or if they're mostly complete, or if they're absolutely, like, modern day levels of wrecked. You know, another couple hundred years of progress, wrecking it. Hey! There's a Templar right there. My guy, get over here. He's actually scary. He's not that scary, but he is scary. So, this fight may not go well. Hello? No? Why can I not hit this? Why can I not hit this guy? Why don't I just shoot him in the knee, okay? Really? There we go. Oh. He just exploded me. He just exploded me. Hopefully that doesn't screw too much stuff up. Like, you know, if he's right here again and is... Oh, no, it just leaves me here. It didn't save when I walked out of the thing. Hey! Did I actually manage to unlock the Yule Festival quest? Am I at a high enough level yet? We may not know. I might have to do some more raids off screen in between sessions here to be ready for the raid. In a little bit, or next week's kind of Yule Festival stuff. Anyway. Yeah, for some strange and bizarre reason, he can just explode people. Really not sure what that's on about. Okay, and yeah, there's no way in hell I'm gonna actually manage to beat him. Oh, what? Why wasn't that? I thought I was gonna get that skill. Whatever. Headshot damage. Anywho. The statement that they are obsessed with Rome in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I don't know, honestly the recent Assassin's Creed games in general, is not the same thing as a statement that people did not care about Rome at all. There's a poem in Old English called The Ruin that I will probably read next week because we'll have plenty more Roman sites to kind of look at, talk about, think about. That's probably written about Bath, but it is a really gorgeous poem about kind of the desolation of kind of the ruined areas that are left behind from Rome, and the kind of crumbling towers. So I'll read out next time and we can talk about it in more detail then, but no, the existence of that poem doesn't mean a kind of universal, unilateral fascination with Rome, nor does it mean that, you know, Rome is like the centerpiece of the world and everything else is just trying to go back to how Rome was. It's a lot more complicated by that than that. Oh no. Oh no. Don't be right here. I don't want you to be right here. You're not welcome here. Yeah, because I'm only about half the level I need to be in order to really take him on. So, we're just gonna run around him. We're gonna try and not get seen. And then we're gonna run somewhere else to kind of take him on. Okay, so we can climb up, and then we can run down, and then we can run down again. To break the front door, to walk in the front door, to do literally anything with the front door. Okay, please climb. You've got the power. I know you do. We run over here. And we slide down here. And then we see a note saying, block up the rear windows. Well, gee whiz. Guess what they didn't do? Block up the rear windows. And we can jump into the pit and keep going. Here we go. So, how much did the early English know about Rome? Yes. Oh, well, that was awkward. I am just bad at this. Don't worry about it. So, the answer is quite a bit, and also not nearly as much as we do now. Like, that should be, as far as that goes, that should be a pretty obvious thing to say. That, like, we know more about Rome than they did. But, a lot of things, you know, still existed. A lot of, some of the literature and scholarship and history of Rome, some of the great works of, like, I don't remember if Livy's around at this time, or there's like a known text of Livy in England, but certainly they're using classical authors like Cicero and so on to kind of talk about
your horse and make the king sit atop his crown when he rides back.
Yeah.
It will keep him awake and lively.
Yeah, okay.
We will secure the bridge at Venonus. When you have Burgred, ride straight there.
Try not to drag the entire King's Guard behind you.
Yeah, we're gonna drag the entire King's Guard behind us. Don't worry about it. So, throughout the Middle Ages, really, this applies, where they are trying to deal with this, how to phrase this? They care a lot about classical authority as a basis for knowledge and for natural philosophy. Actually, I can use the map, that's better. Cool. We'll just put a marker on one of these to say go to map marker. Follow road, go to map marker. There we go. We are now on our way. Not too far left to go. Few places, we're gonna get another shield in here. We're gonna get a few other stuffs. And then, yeah, see? Right there. This very obvious military encampment. You know, like, this is supposed to be...
Vigilant. Maybe God for a musty crypt. It cannot be the dead they're protecting.
It is supposed to be the case, I think, that this is supposed to be, you know, a largely unknown spot. That is... He's in hiding. No one sees him.
Oh, God!
And yes, that was just called Off Church. Wow, ragdolls are us. Okay. Let's take a look at what we're seeing here as we run around. You saw nothing, my dude. Dang it. Ow. Rude. Very rude. My guy, are you okay? You feeling okay? You have an arrow in you. You sure you're feeling okay? Ah, damn it. He dodged. Unlucky. And one more try. I should... Stun attack. Kills him. Once again, I'm not sure what the heck is with these. I really need to do more research into that helmet to see what... if it's coming from somewhere at all. Because it doesn't feel like it is. It just feels really weird. And I'm not confident enough to say that it's definitely fake. But also, I'm not at all confident that it's at all real. Anyway, I whiffed. Oh no. There we go. We're better now. My inability to aim doesn't hurt us in any way, shape, or form. Can't open that. Okay. Where are we supposed to go? We got a couple of entrances, don't we? Isn't there a...
What see you, old friend?
Isn't there a, like, key or something in here? No? I thought there was. Hmm. I mean, I know I can just walk in, like, the front door of this church, and then go down into the crypt, and then it's fine. That wasn't really the point.
He's got to be down here. Where are you hiding, Birgit?
Got him. Oh good. It actually let me move something through his face. And there's just kind of stuff here, I guess. Oh. Okay. Random bits of loot. Not a whole lot of interest, unfortunately. Boomst? Oh. Snake? My dude, is this supposed to be like a common European adder? That does not look like an adder to me. Way too much in everything. Okay, so there's 2 pieces of gear.
I must be getting close.
Ow. Why did that break? I did nothing. I didn't even touch it. Ow, ow, ow. I'm on fire again. Ow. And then we shall dive. And I'm sure being underwater doesn't hurt this gear in the slightest. I'm super sure. Totally fine. No issue. It'll all be okay. Anywho. Assassinate you? I have chain assassinate, so I wonder if it'll actually like work this time for a change. No, I need to actually still be on. Seems like I still need to be like undetected when I get the first assassination to get the chain. Oh yes, there's another snake. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at this snake, because not really sure what his deal is. At all. Okay, this is just another way out, I think. Right? Yeah. There is a guy right here, though, so... Got him. Both of those should be down? Yeah. Both of those are down. Okay. Well, I have been punished. Flail greatsword. Flail. And where's my doppelhanger? Doppelhanger. There you are. Somewhere there's a Carolingian longsword, which is a two-handed greatsword, for some reason. But I'm not sure where it is. It may be in Cambridge.
You're dead. My lord, intruders! Gotta feed the worms.
Carolingian, as in like the Frankish. So it's the heirs of Charlemagne, whose Latin name is Carolus. So Louis the Pious and descendants. Okay, shield and spear. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, Burgred's right here.
No.
Ta-da!
No, it can't be! Stay back!
He's just not a very good...
That's a bread knife, my lord. Do you mean to batter me?
Stay back! Back, I say! I'll fight you!
So, another super weird thing.
If you insist.
You'll have to kill me!
Luckily for you, it won't come to that.
This kingdom is mine! Mine!
For some strange and bizarre reason, the thought here is that Burfred is...
Time to go, my lord. We're late for the crowning ceremony.
Another case of where the game just hates him, because he's actually this coward who sucks at fighting and is totally useless in like every way, shape, form, and metric. Oh, thank you. We got a new thing. Let's do that. Let's do that for a bit. Is that okay, Raptoris, if I do this? I don't mind doing, like, stupid axe and shield. This is acceptable bounds of things. If you're cool with me using the points to say, hey, I get to use that instead. Anywho. So, we have... He is, you know, he is greedy, he is incompetent, he is weak, he is unlikable, and he can't actually fight at all. So, this is, the game truly hates him and is just making him into just this lazy kind of dude. Howdy. Alright, let's get to it.
You lost me, lovely dove. Did you think I wouldn't find out? I would send you back to the Ragnarssons in pieces.
Woof. Look at that. Absolute.
Let's not waste time. Come, shed battle sweat.
And by the way, I will point out, our axe just hit someone for like all of their, sorry. Our fists deal more damage than our axe does.
Our fates are weaved together, lovely.
Wow. Look at this. Just get absolutely dunked on. You are super on fire. Well then.
Hell watches over you now, lovely dove. That settles that.
So we haven't found the Carolingian longsword. I didn't read its description yet. So I don't actually, Horse, please Horse? Horse. Are you done? Thank you.
Get me off this thing!
And yeah, look, he's so incompetent. Oh, I missed a book of knowledge in here? Well, that's not good. I can't be doing that. Why the heck did I miss one? Is it just kind of in the middle and I just didn't grab it? Is it just right here and I missed it? No? Sorry, I know you're like on a horse and it's very uncomfortable, but you'll have to wait because, dang it, I need knowledge. Found it. Yeah, apparently, like, Brass Knuckles, Fist of Steel, something. Kratos' like, Zeus Fists thing. Oh, yeah. I super wanted that one. This is, like, one of the best skills in the game. Because, yeah. Slowing down time is just good. Slowing down time is just really good. Slowing down time in hard boss fights where you can stun lock someone is even better. So, glad I realized I was missing out on that. Anywhoomst, let's get going. This axe, by the way, hang on, let's take a look at this axe. Because it is wild. We got 2 new weapons. We can take a look at both of them. Details. Heavy axe thrown across the river Trent by Ivar the Boneless. Nice. So this is supposedly Ivar's axe. It has a wolf on the back of it. And seems to be made out of bronze. It just seems to be made out of bronze. That's a good spear though. I like that spear. This is another kind of just ash spear. That would be of the very usual, fine, normal, ordinary type. For everything. Anywho. Let's ride around here, and then... He's just gonna be glued to the back as we're doing, like, trick jumps.
You think you've won? You haven't. Liar.
Sure. But yeah.
I sent him away with orders to destroy you.
Quiet.
The mess you're in, you don't know the half of it.
Oh, Larian.
You're a blight on this world.
Oh yeah, that was the thing I was gonna talk about in Ledecestrescire.
You don't deserve Mercia.
To the victor the spoils, my lord. You must win Mercia to deserve her.
I was going to talk about, in Ledecestrescire, in the 12th century, Geoffrey of Monmouth, names the city, Ledecestrescire.
Spirits torment this.
Oh yeah, curses. There's a curse somewhere around here, apparently.
Go, Sunan.
We'll see if we can just ride by break it, because there's some spooky pagan stuff, and it's perfect for who I am talking about right this second. Anyway, yes, where is it? I know it's somewhere around here. Is it up or is it down?
Something's not right.
It's in the well. Okay. Ow. Please stop. Please. Faster. Jesus. Heal. And then also bend. So that does literally nothing. It's just a curse. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I've seen all of them. Just not in this playthrough.
Smells like a trap.
So... What the hell? Don't want to tell me what happened when I tried to get on my horse there? But yeah. So, Geoffrey of Monmouth calls the town of Ledecestrescire, Ledecestrescire. which he gives the etymology is actually a translation from Welsh, because he thinks everything is a translation from Welsh.
Hey, boy! This way!
And
we need
so,
to go. Fast.
Right behind you. Burgre, you old beauty.
the Welsh name is Caer Lerion, Caer being cognate with Cestra, both meaning town. So it's the town of Lerion. If you play this game, you recognize the name Lerion because of whatever the heck they did with the spooky pagan nonsense. He is the epitome of spooky pagan nonsense in this game. We'll talk about him when we get into East Anglia. But yeah, he is supposedly an 8th century BC king of England, and more specifically, Wales. He is kind of Welsh. He is Welsh and Brittonic. So he controls both places, and it is very.
You godless slugs! You won't get away with this!
I just did. Thank you, Burkred. But yeah, so keep that in your mind. He is a figure from Geoffrey of Monmouth, and he supposedly has basically the version of King Lear, except he doesn't die horribly, or from King Lear, except he doesn't die horribly at the end. So yeah.
Lady, are you injured?
So much for Lerion. His capital was supposed to be Leicester, where we are now, not East Anglia, where we will actually find his villa. Anyway, Burgred seems unhappy about the fact that we wrecked him.
Damn sure of that. The zealots will know your name soon enough.
Oh yeah, also Metaplot.
You are, or how far you travel, they will hunt you down.
Peter,
enough of that.
We will save that for when we find the Carolingian Greatsword, but yes, that inscription means a whole lot.
Zealots? What does he mean?
Ignore him.
Metaplot, zealots are the guys that will kick our asses if we are not high enough level.
Me, Wolf-Kissed. We have some time before the
anyway.
ceremony.
Where to?
Nowhere in particular.
So we've got our coronation here. We've got like 2 more things to do, essentially.
Conclusion about me, haven't you? That is all well and good. I've drawn some about you as well.
Are you leading a lamb to slaughter?
See what I mean? Dark. Too dark.
So, this is where we can finally talk about Ivar's name of being boneless. Because he says... He tells us here what his explanation for what it is means. As I said, Ivar is never called boneless in the contemporary continental traditions.
The boneless considers Eivor a friend.
Who calls you boneless?
Some backrout I killed in Hibernia. Used his guts to shine my spear. Called me boneless because I move like a reed in the wind.
Not because you're always too drunk to
And that is the explanation given by the author of Ragnarssons, where it says that Ivar was never able to actually sleep with a woman. Basically, he just has ED, and
I will sit beside the
so he has a problem.
Axe in hand.
A fitting end for Ragnarssons.
You would think, eh? Me, Halfton, we will be there.
So the other main version, besides him being having sexual dysfunction issues, is that he was in some way disabled. Some scholars have tried to argue for an actual disease, something like severe early onset osteoporosis. But remember, Ragnar Saga, which is our main source for that interpretation, says he literally had 0 bones. He was just born sans bones.
What was he like before?
Like me. Ferocious. Wild.
With respect, I don't think anyone is like you.
If that is a compliment, I missed it. All I mean to say is, things were easier some time ago.
If it bothers you so
And
much, why not
Ivar
strike
now
out on
is
your own?
being
Because he is my brother.
full-on nostalgic for the days where he could go forth and raid Dublin
drag him
and
back
slaughter
around to my
St.
way of
Edmund
thinking.
and stuff like that.
We are
According to
warriors,
Alfred's
all,
Life of St. Edmund,
and that is to the
Ivar's
death.
glory days involve him getting capturing St. Edmund without a fight because St. Edmund surrendered, getting extremely drunk, and then using him for target practice. Yeah, so it's important to remember he is not called that in the contemporary literature. It's assigned later. Hi, kitty. Hi, cat. So we don't actually know why. Any argument as to who or why he is named that way is purely speculative.
I miss the crowning.
Which is okay. It's interesting to think about, what does that name actually mean? It's likely in some way meant to be a kind of mocking epithet, which is a very well-known tradition for Norse naming, where it's either totally mundane, like Ivar's brother, Hvitserkur, who the Vikings TV show says is Halfdanur, but he's not, at all. Don't do that. It's just wrong. Whose epithet is his name and just means white shirt. It's occasionally badass, like Bjorn Jarnsida, Bjorn Ironsides. But more often it's kind of mocking, like Ragnar Lothbrok, Ragnar Fuzzypants, which is supposedly given to him by Thora's father after he rescues Thora from a dragon, using fur boiled in pitch as armor. In which he calls him Fuzzy Pants, Lothbrok, as a kind of mocking praise for that. There are so many weird and mocking epithets in Norse culture that it's clear that people are not naming themselves. But it's far more often than there are badass epithets, there are mocking ones, and it seems that Bane Lacey should be fit
but we've had no word, Lord.
within that
I
tradition.
suggest we carry on.
Yeah. It's most likely the case that, this is people later trying to figure out the explanation for that name, because those are from our 13th century sources. There is some faint hint from the 10th century from the Orkney Islands that there is a woman named Lothbroka.
And here I am, standing before the throne from which I reigned not long ago.
That
You stand
this
before us
Lothbroka
to
may have
accept
been
this
Eva
Britain's unanimous
or
decision.
the
You
mother
are
of
fit
some
to
kind
rule,
of
and are hereby
successful
deposed.
Viking that then
We
gets
demand the abdication
attached
of your
onto
kingdom and
Ivar.
your crown to Thane
And in fact,
Ceolwulf.
might actually be their mother. So the idea might be that those like that lost meaning, that name stops being used, and then they are saying
Is that you, old friend?
that
Yes, I see it now. Forgive me. The robes of righteousness sit so loosely
sorry, I got distracted by
upon
the
your
talking.
shoulders.
That name lost meaning, and then people later have to explain why, and so they are making a compound word, Lothbrok, hairy trousers, as an explanation, rather than it actually being something genuine, or original to the story, I guess. The Witan is your Old English assembly of nobles. This is why the crown doesn't necessarily matter, because if the Witan doesn't accept you, the collection of things assembled together in a thing.
Ah, how simple it is. How easy to kneel without fear.
And if they don't accept you, he's in trouble.
He's mocking you, man. I'd kill the fucker.
Very
Worry
fair.
not, Dane. I shall resign this crown.
Birthright, historically, after being deposed in 874, does exactly what he does here. He goes to Rome and dies there on pilgrimage. Because he was able to do that.
Do so on my terms. My demands are simple. Firstly, you must...
Ceolwulf takes no shit.
You fool. Look around you. You have no leverage here. Plead for your life, for it is the only thing these men will grant you.
And yeah, Birthright.
Yes.
Birthright just like can't decide what the hell his characterization is supposed to be. He's cowardly, but also arrogant as hell.
I resign it here.
And I can never tell what's supposed to be genuine and what's his act. So yeah, I don't know what's going on. He is a mess. He is a mess of a character. I despise how they portray him in this game. Like, Ivar is our aged 20th century Viking Viking metal rocker.
A just king, a merciful king.
But he's at least characterized from something. This just isn't. We're just making this up so he's a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, by the way, we're not done yet. We got one more thing we need to do.
Loyal to the ugly and the bastard.
Gather what men you have and split them between the north and south gates. That should divide his forces.
Ceolbert is there. Eivor, you must save my son.
Yep, we gotta rescue Best Boy.
I promise.
I will stay here with Ceolwulf. Go.
Alright, if you want me to be using stupid weapons as we're trying to take on Leofrith, get your donations in now. Here we go! Go to quest objective. Okay. Also, first, we've got 2 more levels. Let's actually put in those levels instead of being foolish and doing nothing with them. What thing do we want next? I guess we'll head this way. Okay. You don't have enough points. Oh no. Well, so be it. We have... dual shields. I was afraid someone would say that. Sorry. Everyone just saw that, right? No, no, the ship is real. Ship's definitely real. Can't go through it. It just flew into the air. Just went pop and went flying into the air, and then stuff. So that was a hot mess. Well-programmed game, absolutely no bugs, we promise. Anyway. Someone can clip that still, I think. Anyway, we're going north. Things are getting much weaker. Let's just bull rush Leofrith. Screw all the other guys. Here we go. We could have warped. We could have warped all the way to Repton. We didn't have to right here. But then we would have missed the thing being absurd, so... you know, we take that. By the way, you guys seem awfully chill for the fact that the town is on fire. So do you. You seem extremely chill about the fact that the town is still on fire. See? The horse doesn't let us go through. Fine.
They have breached the walls. I must
Let's get going. Okay, he's out by the river. Let's get going. I want to finish. I want to finish up this VOD so I can go eat, or finish up this stream so I can go eat. So, all these guys, you know, they can do whatever they want. We're gonna fight Leofrith. Last chance. Any channel point donations? Are we gonna be using dual shields?
What do you see?
Run around in a circle, wait for the VOD to catch, or for the lag to catch up. And... okay, what is this thing's ability that I am just lighting my axe on fire all the time? After crits. Interesting.
Jailbird, he's in trouble.
Won't back down, Leofrith. I will not. Don't make this harder than it has to be, boy.
Frith should be peace. I don't remember what Chael is. Wolf is obviously Wolf.
Let him walk. You answer to me.
I answer to my king. I silence Danes with this.
You do. That's a crazy sword.
Lay it by, Leofrith. There's nothing left to fight for. We've stormed Repton. Only a matter of time.
I cannot do that.
Then you will die.
Yep.
Someone will.
Ow.
You can't
Yeah.
win this,
Okay.
Leofrith.
Start off by
Even
immediately
if you
doing
defeat me,
me.
the
And thank you for the follow, Sophie West. Good timing
I
here.
have fought many a day in my time. I'm still standing.
There we go.
I will make you feel pain.
And... oh gosh, what the heck is that? What weird god powers do you have with your sword? Holy shit. We'll just do that again. That's fine. We'll heal up.
You cannot win.
If you say so.
You're slowing. You're a strong-willed thing. Burgred was lucky.
To stand in the way of you and Mercia is my duty. I will die before
Again.
I yield.
Ow.
You're finished.
Not yet.
Uh-huh.
Fight me.
Hey, we light him on fire. And then we'll punch him to death. Because... did I mention that this power is a little bit good?
Go on then. End it.
I got...
God or your king.
I have no idea what weird god power he has. It looked like it's one of the like books of knowledge that we got.
I lost. We both know how this goes.
And yeah, somehow he's able to just talk on that. Yep. And now we get to hear Odin ask us what we're gonna do.
Abandoned him, betrayed his trust. If I were
Oh yeah,
Leofrith,
I am absolutely gonna spare him because I am not here for that. I am no way, shape or form here for the zealots hunting me. So you say, Odin, but you don't know everything.
the truth.
Then choose. Truth or glory.
Yeah, why would we ever kill Leofrith? Like, how else is he going to go into Rome and star in the hit film Gladiator?
Stand, Leofrith. Live to fight another day.
What?
Your loyalty to Burgred is not a loyalty returned. He resigned the crown and fled to Rome. He's gone.
You lie.
Lie to a man seconds from death. What would I gain? He saved himself and left you to die. All this fighting is for nothing, for no one. To betray
Burfred is
so
a terrible
trusted,
human
so
being,
close.
and they do so much
It's
to
a
make him
dishonor
seem
worth
horrible.
1,000
And that's
deaths.
a trend with like recent ACs. Of all their villains need to be, with like the exception of spoilers in this game, they all need to be truly terrible. Truly, truly terrible.
It is only fitting that I do the same. At Venonis, there is a statue with a scroll laid in a small bowl. You must burn it.
Scroll?
Your name is on this scroll. At Burgred's request, I put it there. When it is found, the zealots who read it will hunt you.
Who are they?
It doesn't matter now, you haven't much time. Burn the scroll, or
he'll
they
tell
will
you in a
never
moment.
Stop hunting you.
Where will you go now?
Rome.
So, the ominous thing here is Burfred abandoned him and is exiled to Rome. We told Leofrith this, and then Leofrith is immediately also going to Rome.
Careful. You're injured.
I'm all right, really. A few nicks and cuts from the battle, that's all.
Okay, best boy. So, yeah, he's gonna go do a murder.
You're lucky.
Reasonably.
I threw myself at him, Abel. But he only toyed with me. He knew I couldn't touch him.
You should have stayed hidden, Chaelbert. This wasn't your fight.
It was. It was our fight. Yours, mine, my father's. I had to help.
Yep.
And you did. You showed courage today. Bravery. You're a boy no longer.
I mean...
Back there with Larry.
The contemporary sources...
I didn't think you'd spare him.
There is no honor in killing a man misled. He believed his king would die fighting for Mercia.
He knows the truth now.
And with that truth, he forged a new
Yeah,
path.
so the contemporary
You're right about
sources
him,
say
Chaelbert.
that Burfred
Right
went
to
on
believe the line
pilgrimage
that
to
divides
Mercia
us
after he
can
was
be thinner
deposed.
than it seems.
Definitely a voluntary thing, definitely not exiled. But yes, they absolutely could exile someone, and the kind of traditional place to go in exile is Rome, because the Pope would basically kind of go, yeah, sure, you can stay here. It's fine, not a big deal. And then live out the rest of their lives. And it's kind of traditional for the kings.
Look at you, bloody
The
and battle-worn. Could be cheaper
early
than your own
English
padded
kings
birds like
kind of
that.
went to Rome anyway on pilgrimages, so it wasn't some brand new rare big thing. Actually, Alfred the Great spends some of his childhood in Rome being fostered up there.
You're an
So,
Outlander now.
it is
Or Earthling,
absolutely
I think
within
you'd
the
say.
realms of historical
Next in line for
plausibility
the throne.
that
It's
this
an
was actually an
honorable
exile
title,
to Rome and
but
not
demands
a
good
voluntary
judgment.
pilgrimage.
Be careful who you trust.
My son. Are you well?
Yes, father. Well enough.
He honored you today. Fought bravely
Yeah,
against
involuntary
stalwart
retirements.
foes.
How's that?
You have my thanks. All of you. And my blessing.
What happens now?
Word of Burgred's
So,
deposition will
yeah.
spread quickly. The other kingdoms
They
of
are-
England will soon enough know that Mercia has a new king.
The remaining kingdoms of
Ceolwulf
England won't
ends up being a
respect your
fairly
path to
successful
power.
king for
Nor
a
will
time.
they in my kingdom.
Until he passed
Burgred's
away sometime
soldiers
around
will stand
900.
tall in the face of this turmoil, all across Mercia, against us.
That we shall remedy soon enough. I am riding for Oxenfordshire directly, to forge an alliance with some
Pretty
famous-
well.
Shall I go with you?
So,
Not till I know
they are...
more. Linger here
The
a while
Pope
if
wouldn't
you can.
necessarily recognize...
Strengthen our
sorry.
friendships.
Wouldn't necessarily
I will
recognize
send
them
for
as
you
still
soon enough.
the rightful king. That didn't always
I
happen.
would feel
But...
better if Ceolwulf was
They are, however, still very much
Would you welcome him among your clan?
treated well because they are still wealthy. Like, even if you're exiled, you can take
young
most of
steed
your
called Theobald.
wealth with you. Not your physical land, and not some of the big goods, but a lot of disposable cash.
Thank you, Sigurd.
So,
This puts
it's
my
not
mind at ease.
necessarily the case that there is instant forfeiture of all wealth and you have to go as a beggar. You went pretty well, and the hospitality. You stopped in Francia. Louis the Pious or
Sigurd make a good pair.
Charles the Bald welcomes you
Future
and
of England
gives you
will be
gifts and treats you
pagan
well
from
because you
top
are
to
still a
bottom.
nobleman. And then you keep going, and someone else
Take
gives
this
you stuff,
kiss.
and etc.
Sign of friendship.
etc. So,
Should you call?
yes, they still
Brothers
absolutely lived well on
Ragnarssons
these
will
pilgrimages.
come.
These aren't,
You honor me, Papa.
these aren't truly making things,
See that? Sly bastard trying to win your heart. Well, two can play at that.
yeah, pilgrimage is
kind of you,
expensive, but
Ivar.
you did get
My
compensated for it
Our
with
friendship
all
is
the
the
kind of
best thing
mutual
to come from this
generosities
mess.
of the noble networks
Childbirth
of
too.
early medieval
Brave
Europe.
twig.
So, yes.
That's good to hear.
Anywho, we now have completed the Ledecestrescire arc.
Now then,
Ta-da!
Leofrid said there are hunters after me. Zealots. If I don't clear my name, I'll be marked for death. I should head to Venenis.
Yes, we should. Problem solved. Yo, so we are basically at the end of the stream, so thank you everyone who stuck around for this 5-hour-long stream. That was a long time. Whole lot going on there. But hopefully I'll figure out ways to kind of speed up the process a little bit. I might like go get fast travel points ahead of time for the last bits of
the
it
wind
here.
pulls me back to Randi. Best tell her the good news.
To get our I might like try and do like get all the fast travel points in a region ahead of time. Not do any of the mysteries, not do any of the other stuff. Just go around, get fast travel points. So that we can, you know, make this into a little bit faster, a little bit more efficient here. And we'll destroy that. Saves everything around. If you enjoy this, make sure you follow, and make sure you check out the About section, where there are links to my Discord server, where you can talk to me all the rest of the time, my Twitter, and on YouTube, where this VOD will be uploaded. And starting off with the new year, there will hopefully be YouTube-specific content about various aspects of games. So I've got like one script in the works already on kind of climate in the saga, or in video games, and why it's always so freaking janky. So, if you're interested in that, make sure we're doing things. Also, if you want to help support the channel, subscriptions go a long way in making me able to keep doing this, get more games. A new console just came out, like, last month. So, like, it will be helpful to try and make all of that work, afford that, everything going on there.
The settlement looks quite festive.
The Yule celebration
So,
is here.
subscriptions help a lot with that, and if you have some spare cash and want to throw them my way, I appreciate that a lot.
Hopes of a bounteous harvest. Yule near the Yule gods.
Anyway, we here are seeing our brief introduction to Yule, but we will take a look at that in any detail later.
Exactly. On a scouting mission, Sunniva and I met a group of, we call them revelers.
So here we have our spoilers for next week, because there will be a stream on the day after Christmas. On the 26th, there will be our usual stream. We're going to be doing the Beowulf quest. That was hyped up as DLC and is also hot garbage. And we're going to be doing the Way of the Berserker quest, which is less hot garbage, but also still wild. We'll be cleaning up some of the random mysteries in Ledecestrescire and Ragnarssons, and we'll be doing the Yule quest here, and exploring the seasonal event and what the heck is going on with kind of Christmas celebrations in the Viking Age.
Have some Yule tokens. I expect to see you at the celebrations
So, if you're interested in that, there will be a whole lot of interesting stuff coming up next week, because, yeah. Also, if you have suggestions for games for me to play on Wednesday for a kind of also Christmassy thing, definitely do that. I'm happy to kind of pick up a game since, you know, it's sale season. So, happy to pick up that. But we will finish up, report on this, and do all of that work next time. So, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll catch you all Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time, or on Saturday next week, at 11 a.m. Central Time for the next stream. Until then, have a